The night is silent, yet it feels as if something ancient is slowly awakening beneath the surface of time. There are stories we study, stories we admire, and then there are stories that grip us by the spine and refuse to let go. Miyamoto Musashi's life belongs to the last category. His legend is not simply carved into history. It is scorched into the bone of every ambition. A wandering swordsman who defeated 60 opponents. A strategist whose writings influenced generals, entrepreneurs, and philosophers alike. A painter, a poet, a duelist, a monk, and finally, a solitary ghost writing his final truths in a cold cave of stone. Everything about Musashi feels larger than the walls of any century. It is as if he lived in a world parallel to ours, a world where survival demanded absolute clarity of mind, and where the price of distraction was your life. Tonight, you and I walk into that world together, into duels fought not only with blades, but with breath, into meditations where silence is sharper than steel, into moments where a man's shadow stretches between life and death. You will hear about the battles, yes, but more importantly, the psychology behind them, the inner movements, the hidden mechanics of timing and intention that allowed Musashi to not only win duels, but to design victory long before the clash began. And from those ancient footsteps, we will extract the strategies that still shape wealth, focus, negotiation, and creative mastery today. Because Musashi's real weapon was not the sword in his hand. It was the mind behind it. Before we begin this long journey into the heart of strategy, consider supporting the channel by liking this video, subscribing to Echoes of Wealth, or donating if you feel moved. Every gesture helps us bring more forgotten wisdom back into the modern world. The wind on Ganryu Island carried a strange stillness that morning, the kind of calm that settles before something irreversible unfolds. The sea was a muted silver, hardly moving except for slow ripples brushing against the rocks. A lone fisherman, half asleep in his boat, later recalled that even the gulls had stopped crying. They perched on the broken posts along the shore, as if they too sensed the air tightening. It was the 24th day of the 4th month in the year 1612, the day when Japan held its breath for a duel that would echo across 4 centuries. Sasaki Kojiro stood on the beach in his ceremonial robes. Tall, elegant, with a face that never revealed more than a sliver of emotion. His sword was a long nodachi he called the drying pole, polished to a sheen that reflected the morning sun. Kojiro had trained under masters who specialized in precision. His cuts were said to split both wind and intention in a single motion. He represented the height of refined martial beauty. His footwork, the angle of his elbow, the exact timing of his breath, everything was measured. Everything was perfected. And yet the man he was waiting for refused to appear. Miyamoto Musashi was already notorious for this. A ronin with no lord, no allegiance, and no interest in ceremony. He had fought with both swords drawn, a style that offended purists. He had slept in stables, destroyed famous schools, and defeated men considered untouchable. But the rumors that frightened people most were not about his victories. They were about the ways he won. He arrived late for duels. He insulted opponents by refusing to bathe. He used improvised weapons, a wooden stick, a branch from the roadside. Once he beat a master while half awake. Some said he was disrespectful. Others argued he was unpredictable by choice, that his chaos was strategy, that he weaponized discomfort itself. On this day, Musashi took that unpredictability to an extreme. Instead of traveling by land, he hired a small boat and drifted toward the island with his back turned to Kojiro. The oarsmen later described him as almost trance-like, his hair unkempt, his clothes wrinkled, his eyes distant, as if he were already in another realm. As the boat cut through the water, Musashi reached down and lifted one of the oars. He felt its weight, its balance, its texture. The wood was smooth with years of use, thick near the handle, slightly curved near the blade. Something inside him settled. He began carving it with a small knife, shaving the oar into the shape of a practice sword. The oarsmen watched in terrified silence. This was no eccentric behavior. This was a man preparing for death or victory with a calm no reasonable mind could imitate. On the shore, Kojiro's patience thinned. When Musashi finally stepped off the boat, disheveled and carrying nothing but the carved oar, the elegant swordsman flushed with rage. In front of the gathered witnesses, Kojiro ripped off the scabbard of his prized blade and flung it into the sand. The gesture was symbolic. A samurai who discarded his scabbard declared he would not sheathe his sword again. Either he would kill his opponent, or he would not return alive. Musashi saw the gesture and smiled. No one knew it then, but Kojiro's defeat began in that single moment. Because the man who threw his scabbard away had already lost the duel inside his own mind. Rage had entered him. The ego had widened its grip. His sense of timing had shifted, just slightly, but enough for a master who could read spiritual rhythms with frightening clarity. Musashi walked forward slowly, as if strolling through a garden. His steps were heavy, yet relaxed. His shoulders sank naturally with each breath. He held the wooden oar at a diagonal angle, not lifted, not lowered, simply aligned with his center. Witnesses later remarked that he looked like a man who belonged nowhere, not in life, not in death, simply in the exact present moment. When Kojiro attacked with his signature overhead strike, Musashi stepped into the blind spot. He moved half a heartbeat earlier than logic would suggest, as if he saw time split open before him. The wooden oar struck Kojiro's skull with such precision that the crack echoed across the beach. The famed Nodachi fell to the sand. Kojiro followed, his body folding into the surf as the waves crept toward him. The duel lasted only a few seconds, yet the preparation had lasted decades. Musashi had not just trained for battles. He had studied people, their anger, their fear, their impatience. He understood the subtle shifts that occurred in a mind under tension. He understood rhythm, distance, deception, and most importantly, timing. The duel on Ganryu Island was not won by brute force or luck. It was won the moment Musashi understood his opponent's mind more clearly than the opponent did himself. This is the foundation of Musashi's strategy. The idea that to win any conflict in life, you must learn to see before others see, move before others move, and break the expectations others cling to. The first chroniclers described him as a man who treated every duel like a negotiation, where the mind is the true battlefield. The sword was only the final punctuation. In the next moments of Musashi's life, as he walked back to the boat with the wooden oar still in hand, he did not celebrate. He did not shout. He did not look at Kojiro again. He understood something that many warriors never learn. Victory comes not from overpowering your enemy. It comes from overpowering your own noise. The hesitation inside you. The narratives that distract. The emotions that distort timing. What Musashi mastered was a kind of internal emptiness, a steadying of the spirit that allowed him to watch every motion in the world without being pulled away from himself. This emptiness was not numbness or apathy. It was clarity. And clarity is where strategy is born. When the small boat pushed away from Ganryu Island, the oarsman swore he could feel the tension clinging to the air like mist. He rowed with trembling arms, glancing at Musashi, who sat silently at the bow. The wooden oar-turned sword lay across the Ronin's knees. For a long time, neither man spoke. The sea gently rocked beneath them. The sky remained a pale, washed-out blue, as if the world itself needed time to understand what had just happened. It was only when they reached deeper waters that Musashi exhaled, a slow, controlled release of breath that sounded almost like a prayer. The oarsman said later that he felt as if Musashi had just stepped out of another world and re-entered this one. He did not look victorious. He did not look relieved. He looked thoughtful, almost sorrowful, like a man who had been forced to end a conversation that could never be started again. This was always the contradiction inside Musashi. He lived in a time where a duel was not an event. It was a verdict. Winning meant survival. Losing meant the severing of your story from the world. Yet Musashi never carried the thrill of the conqueror. He carried the weight of someone who understood the cost of every swing, every breath taken at another man's expense. People often imagined him as an unfeeling blade, but those who observed him carefully noted moments of deep introspection after each duel. This introspection came from an unusual place. Musashi had no teacher in the traditional sense. He had no family sword school, no prestigious clan behind him. He grew up in harsh environments, often wandering with little more than the clothes on his back. In his youth, he was crude and violent, a raw force unrefined by discipline. Some stories claim he had barely learned to read. Others say he taught himself by stealing books from abandoned houses or trading favors with monks who pitied him. Whether true or exaggerated, the image is the same. A boy who learned not from structure, but from chaos. It is easy to imagine him at 15, a rough young man with a chipped wooden sword, challenging trained warriors with reckless courage. But what people often overlook is that Musashi's earliest victories were not due to superior technique. They were due to his refusal to follow expected patterns. The more his opponents tried to read him, the more unreadable he became. He fought without elegance, without form, without hesitation. His unpredictability was not rebellion. It was survival. As Musashi matured, this chaotic force transformed into something far more potent. He began studying the world with an obsessive eye. He observed the shift in an opponent's shoulders when they felt fear, the way a hand tightened unconsciously before drawing a blade, the subtle tremor that ran through a man who doubted his own intention. Musashi became a scholar of psychology long before the concept existed. Every duel, every journey, every conversation served as a manuscript of human behavior, and he memorized every page. This ability did not come from talent alone. It came from loneliness. A wandering swordsman had no allies, no community, no warm fire to return to at night. Musashi spent countless hours in silence, watching the world instead of speaking to it. He slept in temples when allowed, and in fields when not. He walked through rainstorms where he could barely see his own hands. In that solitude, his mind sharpened. He saw truths that crowded men never notice. He realized that most warriors lost not because they lacked skill, but because they misread the emotional climate of a duel. A man who is desperate moves too quickly. A man who is proud leaves openings. A man who is afraid telegraphs his intention through trembling breath. A man who is angry swings harder than necessary. Musashi learned to sense these internal storms before they surfaced. He became a master of rhythm, a silent witness to the unseen tides of the mind. After the duel with Kojiro, Musashi's understanding of these inner rhythms deepened. As the boat drifted toward the mainland, he studied the horizon. The sun was rising now, spreading faint gold along the water. The oarsmen expected Musashi to be relieved to have survived yet another duel, but instead, the Ronin murmured a single sentence to himself. If you cannot defeat your opponent's spirit, you will never defeat his body. It was not said with pride. It was said with recognition. Musashi understood that the duel had been over before either sword was raised. The true strike had landed when Kojiro threw away his scabbard. That moment of emotional surrender opened a fracture in his spirit. Musashi simply stepped into it, and it was here, in this quiet moment at sea, that Musashi stumbled into a deeper philosophy. Every battle is two battles. The first is the one everyone sees, the clash of swords, the sharp breaths, the swift movements. The second is the one no one sees, the silent negotiation of willpower, fear, timing, and perception. Most people prepare for the first battle. Very few prepare for the second. This idea would later appear in his writing. Musashi called it viewing the enemy with both eyes, but viewing yourself with the eye that sees beyond. A strange phrase, but one that scholars believe refers to an internal vision, a clarity that arises only when you understand your own weaknesses more intimately than your opponent's strength. As the boat neared the shore, Musashi ran his hand along the wooden oar. It was splintered from the impact, but still whole. He looked at it not as a weapon, but as a reminder. A sword is merely a tool. The mind that wields it is the real edge. This understanding would eventually shape not only his duels, but his entire philosophy of life. It would influence how he read people, how he interpreted conflict, and how he positioned himself in every encounter that mattered. He learned that the greatest victories are quiet victories, those won long before any decisive action is taken, those won inside the mind. In the decades that followed, This principle would evolve into a strategy so powerful it would cross into our modern world. A strategy still used in negotiation rooms, financial markets, high-pressure environments, and boards where timing and perception matter more than force. And yet, we are only at the beginning of Musashi's transformation. When Musashi stepped off the boat and disappeared into the winding paths near the shoreline, word of Kojiro's death had already begun to drift across the province. Travelers carried the story like a gust of wind. Some spoke of Musashi with reverence, others with fear, and a few with disdain. They said he had defeated not merely a swordsman, but an entire tradition of elegance and refinement. Kojiro represented the pinnacle of classical swordsmanship. Musashi represented something untamed, something that could not be categorized or inherited. His victory threatened people who believed mastery must follow a sacred lineage. For this reason, Musashi did not stay long. He never stayed long. Victory invited retaliation. Reputation invited trouble. The moment a duel ended, another challenge always seemed to crawl from the shadows. A rival school seeking revenge. A jealous warrior eager for recognition. An ambitious student who imagined defeating Musashi would launch his name into eternity. The Ronin knew this and moved with the instincts of a man who understood that fame was both a lamp and a trap. He walked for hours through the countryside. The road was lined with rice paddies glistening under the sun. Farmers bent over their fields, unaware that the man who had shaken the martial world was passing behind them. A few children glanced up, curious about the tall figure with wild hair and a wooden staff. Musashi gave them a gentle nod. They smiled, unaware that his hand had just shaped the fate of one of Japan's greatest duelists. As he walked, he revisited the duel in his mind. Not the strike, not the moment Kojiro fell, but the subtle details that had led to the outcome. He remembered how Kojiro had stepped too heavily on his front foot, how his breathing had shifted from steady to strained the moment he saw Musashi's disheveled appearance, how the anger blooming on his face had pulled him out of the present moment. Musashi analyzed these fragments not as trophies, but as lessons. Every duel was a sacred conversation. Every opponent was a teacher, even the defeated ones. For Musashi, Kojiro's greatest mistake was emotional rigidity. When the world did not mirror the duel he had envisioned, Kojiro cracked. He expected a ceremony. He expected a flawless opponent. He expected a rhythm consistent with years of training. Musashi shattered that rhythm. This was the form of victory he valued most. To win by rewriting the script before the first line was spoken. This idea was already growing inside him years before the duel, during his long travels across Japan. One such journey, often forgotten in the larger myth of Musashi, took him deep into the province of Izumo. There he encountered a small, secluded temple known for teaching a meditation practice that required practitioners to sit for hours while staring at the shadow of a bamboo stalk swaying in the wind. The purpose was not stillness, but observation. Students were trained to notice the slightest variation in movement, the difference between a breeze and a gust, the weight of silence before a shift. The monks believed that to understand rhythm, one must first understand the pauses between motions, Musashi stayed there briefly, but the practice left an imprint on him. Later, he would write that an individual who observes nature without desire begins to see the hidden timing that governs all things. This was a revelation. He started viewing duels not as clashes of strength, but as fluctuations of rhythm. Every opponent moved according to an inner tempo. If he could sense that tempo, he could break it. If he could break it, he could win. This was why Musashi's style seemed chaotic to structured warriors. He did not move according to a fixed pattern. His timing expanded and contracted like breath. Sometimes he attacked aggressively. Sometimes he held still for what felt like an eternity. Other times he created intentional awkwardness, forcing opponents into discomfort. He made his presence unpredictable. He made his rhythm unreadable. And in doing so, he trained his opponents to fight not him, but their own confusion. After leaving the temple in Izumo, Musashi traveled to the mountains of Kyushu, where he met a reclusive hermit known only by fragments of name and rumor. Some called him a former general who had abandoned the battlefield after losing everything. Others believed he was a renegade monk expelled for his unconventional teachings. What is certain is that he introduced Musashi to an idea that would shape the Ronin's entire philosophy. The hermit taught that mastery is not about learning new things, but about dissolving the illusions that weaken perception. He said to Musashi, "You must learn to see the world without the world clouding your sight." This cryptic advice haunted Musashi for years. It reappeared in moments of crisis. It resurfaced in moments of introspection. Over time, Musashi began stripping away layers of unnecessary belief. He abandoned patterns that other swordsmen worshipped. He refused to attach himself to a single method or school. He became a student of the world, not a prisoner of tradition. This constant shedding of rigidity made him dangerously adaptive. While others perfected the same stance for decades, Musashi rewrote his movement with every experience. He studied how carpenters swung their hammers with a steady wrist. He studied how fishermen adjusted their weight when casting nets. He even observed how actors in traveling kabuki troupes shifted their bodies to manipulate the audience's gaze. To Musashi, all things were teachers. A duelist who saw only swords, he believed, would never surpass the limits of swordsmanship. This mindset also allowed him to understand Kojiro on a deeper level. He saw in the elegant swordsman the heavy burden of perfection. Kojiro carried his reputation like a blade that had to remain spotless. His technique was flawless, yes, but it was the flawlessness itself that trapped him. A perfect structure becomes predictable. A predictable rhythm becomes vulnerable. Musashi recognized this long before their blades met. As he continued walking through the countryside, Musashi felt a quiet certainty settle over him. The duel had confirmed something he had felt for years but had never articulated clearly. Strategy was not about dominance. It was about perception. Not merely seeing what others could not, but seeing without distortion, without desire, without fear. This clarity was not cold. It was not detached. It was a warmth, a quiet awakening, as if the dust of many years had finally begun to lift. And it is this clarity that will lead directly into the philosophical core of Musashi's approach, a philosophy that shaped not only his duels, but his understanding of human nature and conflict itself. Night fell gently over the countryside as Musashi continued his solitary walk. The sun slipped behind the ridgeline, leaving behind a copper glow that clung to the edges of the fields. Fireflies began their soft dance, rising from the grass like drifting fragments of memory. In the distance, a lone temple bell echoed across the valley. Each chime was slow and resonant, as if the mountain itself was breathing through bronze. Musashi paused for a moment and listened. His entire life had been filled with the sound of steel cutting through air. Yet what shaped him most were the moments of quiet between such echoes. He found a small clearing and sat beneath an aging pine tree. The bark was rough against his back, but the discomfort felt intentional, grounding. A reminder that the world was not meant to be smooth and predictable. Darkness settled around him in layers. The sky deepened into a dark indigo, and the first stars began to appear. Musashi closed his eyes and allowed his thoughts to drift, but not aimlessly. He had a practice, known to few, that he performed after each duel. It was not meditation in the traditional sense. It was a kind of mental reconstruction. He revisited the duel from the inside out, tracing every subtle shift in emotion, every fragment of rhythm, and every moment that revealed something deeper about the nature of conflict. He studied Kojiro's posture, the slight forward lean before the strike, the tightening of his jaw, the momentary widening of his pupils. He studied the wind patterns, how the breeze had brushed against his own sleeve at the exact moment Kojiro's foot shifted. He remembered the weight of the oar in his hands, heavier than a typical wooden sword, forcing a different angle of swing. He even recalled the temperature of the sand beneath his feet. All of these details mattered, not for nostalgia, but for mastery. Musashi believed that every confrontation was a universe of information. To ignore even the smallest detail was to blind oneself to the deeper currents that shaped outcomes. It was during this reflective practice, alone under the pine tree, that he began to articulate a truth that had long hovered at the edge of his awareness. The mind of the opponent is the true battlefield. Their sword is merely their final argument. He leaned his head back and opened his eyes. The stars above him shimmered faintly. Their distant light felt familiar to him. He had spent countless nights beneath open skies, wandering without a lord or destination. People often assumed he was searching for challengers, hungry for glory. But Musashi knew that what he sought was not fame or reputation. What he sought was understanding, a kind of clarity that could not be taught by any school or inherited from any master. In the years before the duel with Kojiro, Musashi had visited several remote monasteries. He rarely stayed long, but each place left its mark on his mind. At one temple, hidden deep within the mountains of Kumano, he was introduced to a practice that the monks called listening to the space between thoughts. The idea was that most people drown in the noise of their own minds. Their decisions are shaped by rushing impulses, old fears, imagined expectations, and the constant chatter of inner narratives. The monks believed that true insight emerges not when thoughts are loud, but when they become thin, Like mist parting to reveal a deeper landscape, Musashi resonated with this immediately. He realized that in every duel, there was a moment when thought became an obstacle. The mind, when cluttered, misses timing. It hesitates. It anticipates incorrectly. It reacts instead of perceiving. Musashi began to practice emptying his mind in the middle of movement. He learned to quiet his inner voice until only pure awareness remained. This was not mystical to him. It was practical. A clean mind could react faster. A clean mind could sense intention. A clean mind could survive. This practice later evolved into what he called seeing clearly in all things. It guided his decisions both on and off the battlefield. It taught him to observe without being clouded by emotion. It allowed him to read people with unsettling accuracy. And most importantly, it allowed him to understand what to do when he sensed an opponent's spirit begin to waver. As he sat beneath the pine tree, Musashi thought of how Kojiro's spirit had shifted during their brief encounter. Pride had puffed him outward. Anger had stiffened his breath. Confidence had narrowed his vision into something brittle. Kojiro did not lose because he was weak. He lost because he clung too tightly to the image of himself. In a duel, identity can be a prison. Musashi learned long ago to let go of identity the moment a fight began. He became hollow. He became attentive. He became whatever the moment demanded. This was the essence of his strategy. Formlessness, adaptability, precision without rigidity, presence without ego. Few understood it, and even fewer could practice it. Musashi knew this gave him a decisive advantage. He moved in ways that felt alien to opponents who were tethered to predictable patterns. When the night grew colder, Musashi rose and continued walking. The moon was now high, casting silvery light across the gravel path. His wooden staff tapped gently on the dirt. Each tap was a soft punctuation, marking the rhythm of his steps. As he walked, he thought about the future. He had no desire to settle. He felt the pull of something greater, a sense that he had not yet reached the deepest layer of his own potential. Musashi believed that mastery was not a peak. It was a horizon, and horizons always recede as you approach them. He passed a small village quietly. Lanterns flickered behind paper screens. The faint sound of laughter spilled from a sake house. Musashi paused for a moment, observing the scene from a distance. People lived simple lives here. They worried about harvests, illness, weather, marriage. These were the concerns of most men. But Musashi had long ago stepped off that path. The life of a Ronin was harsh, but it offered something rare. It offered the freedom to see the world without being tied to it. He wondered if Kojiro ever felt trapped by his own reputation. Perhaps the elegant swordsman had carried the burden of perfection for so long that the weight became invisible. Musashi understood that burden too well. He carried the expectations of challengers who wanted to measure themselves against him. But unlike Kojiro, Musashi refused to become the image others projected onto him. Every duel was a chance to shed an old layer. Every victory was simply another step on a path that could not be completed. When Musashi finally found a small shrine at the edge of the forest, he stopped and bowed lightly. The wooden structure was worn with age, covered in moss and surrounded by fallen leaves. Inside, incense sticks had burned down to their final embers. Musashi sat on the stone steps and let the silence settle again. In that quiet, he reflected not on technique, but on something far more elusive: the emotional landscape beneath conflict. He understood now that the duel with Kojiro was not merely a clash of blades. It was the inevitable meeting of two philosophies, one rooted in outward perfection, the other rooted in internal clarity. And clarity had prevailed. This was the seed of a philosophy that would soon transform into something larger, a framework that would extend far beyond the battlefield, a philosophy that would later influence his understanding of strategy, creativity, negotiation, and even wealth. And with that realization, Musashi closed his eyes. The night wrapped around him like a cloak. The world became still, and he drifted deeper into the quiet center of himself, unaware that this internal journey would one day become the foundation of teachings that would survive for centuries. Musashi's final duels of his travels carried an air of inevitability. The fog-shrouded plains, the whispering winds of quiet villages, the distant hum of life uninterrupted by his path, they formed a theater in which his mind moved faster than any blade. His opponents, skilled yet unseasoned in perception, approached with confidence, unaware that the true battle had long been won before they crossed swords with him. The bacon with his kusarigama, the armored samurai attempting a calculated feint, the wandering challenger from distant provinces, all of them stumbled not against Musashi's steel, but against the rhythm of his mind. The philosophy underpinning this relentless sequence of duels was Kaizen, the pursuit of perfection through ceaseless iteration. Every encounter was a lesson, every motion a refinement of instinct, every misstep a seed of mastery. Musashi treated repetition not as monotony, but as a vehicle for evolution. The mind that recognized patterns, the eyes that discerned subtle tension, the body that responded without hesitation, all of these were honed relentlessly. In life and combat, mastery is not born from genius alone, but from the accumulation of incremental, conscious improvements. Financially, the lesson is clear. Wealth, like skill, compounds through consistent, intentional action. Each small advantage, be it knowledge gained, networks cultivated, or calculated risks undertaken, builds upon the previous one. The Ronin mindset teaches that one must iterate relentlessly, refine strategy with each encounter, and understand the market, competitors, and self with unflinching clarity. The principle is simple. The 1% edge gained daily transforms into exponential advantage over time. Just as Musashi's duels sharpened his intuition, disciplined practice, observation, and adaptation in financial life create an unstoppable trajectory toward freedom and influence. As dusk fell across the wandering roads and empty dojos, Musashi paused, surveying the echoes of his victories. The ground bore witness to countless skirmishes, the mist concealing the ghosts of challenges overcome, and yet his mind remained unburdened. He understood that mastery is not the accumulation of wins alone, but the clarity achieved through engagement, reflection, and continuous improvement. The 61 duels were more than proof of skill. They were a crucible, shaping a consciousness capable of operating fluidly in chaos while remaining anchored in calm. And so, in the quiet aftermath, Musashi's path revealed its ultimate truth, that relentless iteration, disciplined observation, and unwavering clarity transform the ordinary into mastery. In business, finance, or craft, the same principle applies. Small, consistent refinements compounded over time generate results that seem almost miraculous to the untrained eye. The Ronin's life is a blueprint. Observe meticulously, act decisively, refine constantly, and in doing so, build a life of unshakable presence, enduring influence, and timeless advantage. The storm arrived at dusk, rolling across the capital with a low growl that made the wooden beams of the temple tremble. Dark clouds pressed down against the rooftops of Edo, and the lanterns lining the narrow streets flickered as if trying to pull their light away from the rising wind. Inside the Daitokuji sub-temple, where he had been invited to stay, the Zen monk Takuan Soho sat in stillness. His robes were the color of deep ash, his posture straight and unmoving, as if carved from the very floorboards beneath him. The rain began to fall in a slow, steady rhythm, each drop a soft percussion against the wooden slats of the roof. Moments later, the temple doors slid open, and Yagyu Munenori stepped inside. Munenori was not just any swordsman. He was the personal instructor to the shogun, a man whose influence stretched far beyond the dojo. His loyalty to the Tokugawa clan made him one of the most politically powerful martial artists in Japan. But the weight of that responsibility showed in his eyes tonight. He carried a scroll under his arm, sealed with a black cord. His jaw was tight, his breath deliberate. This was a man who entered battlefields with calm precision, yet he now approached Takuan with the careful hesitation of someone approaching a shrine that contained answers he feared to hear. Takuan lifted his gaze. His eyes were calm, ancient, unreadable. Munenori bowed and placed the scroll before him. It contained his growing fears. The shogunate was entering an age of relative peace after centuries of warfare. A warrior in times of war has clarity. His purpose sharpens automatically. But in peace, that clarity dissolves. Munenori feared that his students were becoming rigid, overly focused on technique, drowning in the illusion that mastering form alone would keep them invincible. He feared that their minds were closing even as their skills improved. Takuan listened in silence. The rain intensified, drumming against the roof in long, rolling waves. Finally, the monk spoke. When the mind clings to skill, it is no longer skill. When the mind clings to victory, it invites defeat. You must teach them to return to the beginning. Munenori frowned. He had expected a lecture on discipline or training methods. But Takuan's words pierced deeper. The monk leaned forward and tapped a single finger against the wooden floor. A mind that believes it has learned enough has already begun to die. This was the seed of what would later become the concept of Shoshin, the beginner's mind. A mind that remains open even after decades of mastery. A mind that refuses to harden. A mind that sees every situation, every opponent, every shift in the world with fresh clarity. The conversation between Takuan and Munenori stretched long into the night. The monk spoke of warriors who had fallen, not because they lacked technique, but because they believed their technique was complete. He spoke of generals who lost battles the moment they assumed their strategies were perfect. He spoke of artists who became lifeless the moment they tried to repeat their greatest works. Everything in nature decays the moment it stops growing. The mind is no different. The rain eventually softened into a gentle whisper. The storm had spent itself. Takuan reached for a brush and inkstone. Without saying a word, he began to write. His strokes were sharp and swift, each character formed with intention. When he finished, he handed the letter to Munenori. This letter would become one of the most influential documents in Japanese martial philosophy, a work later known as the Unfettered Mind. Its teachings carried a depth that transcended swordsmanship. It warned of attachment, rigidity, and the danger of believing one's skill is absolute. It urged warriors to cultivate fluid perception, to let go of ego, to see the world as it is rather than as their training had conditioned them to expect. Munenori left the temple that night with the scroll tucked beneath his robe. His footsteps were quick, purposeful. He understood now that the greatest threat to a swordsman in an age of peace was not an enemy blade, but the slow hardening of his own mind. What Munenori did not know was that hundreds of miles away, walking the muddy roads between villages, another man was wrestling with the same truth in his own raw and unrefined way. Miyamoto Musashi, unlike Munenori, who lived in the political heart of the shogunate, Musashi lived on the outskirts of society. He traveled from temple to tavern, from remote shrines to small fishing villages. His learning came not from scrolls or elite teachers, but from observation, from mistakes, from unpredictable duels and unexpected encounters. Yet Musashi's philosophy was drifting toward the same horizon as Takuan's teachings. Musashi had begun to notice something unsettling. After decades of fighting, after dozens of duels, after receiving praise from those who admired his skill, he felt a tightening inside himself, a subtle rigidity, a flicker of assumption, a whisper of pride. He hated it. He knew that the moment a swordsman believes he has reached mastery, he stops seeing clearly. Patterns replace perception. Habit replaces awareness. Ego replaces truth. And after the duel with Kojiro, Musashi understood just how dangerous self-certainty could be. Kojiro was a man perfected by form, and form had betrayed him when the unexpected arrived. So Musashi began a quiet rebellion against his own expertise. He practiced drawing his sword with his non-dominant hand. He trained with shorter blades, longer blades, no blades at all. He studied painting, sculpture, carpentry, poetry, anything that forced him to see the world through a different lens. He intentionally disrupted the patterns he once relied upon. He broke his own rhythm to prevent it from becoming predictable, even to himself. He understood instinctively what Takuan had explained in words. If your mind becomes fixed, your spirit becomes predictable. If your spirit becomes predictable, your opponent has already won. This became Musashi's hidden discipline, a secret training of perpetual renewal. Whatever he mastered, he broke apart. Whatever he understood, he re-questioned. Whatever certainty appeared, he shattered. Because he knew that the sharpest blade in the world becomes brittle if never exposed to new pressures. And somewhere along those roads, in a lonely inn or beneath a canopy of stars, Musashi wrote a simple line that revealed the essence of his evolving philosophy. Do not think dishonestly. He meant more than truthfulness. He meant that the mind often lies to itself. It believes it already knows. It believes it already sees. It builds invisible walls around understanding. Musashi spent years tearing those walls down. Tonight, we step deeper into this philosophy. We explore the quiet revolution Musashi waged against his own expertise, and how this practice of Shoshin reshaped not only wisdom and creativity, but the way one builds wealth, makes decisions, and adapts to a world that never stops shifting. The following spring, Musashi arrived at a remote village near the Kitso Mountains. The air there smelled of wet earth and cedar, and the paths were lined with small wooden houses whose thatched roofs sagged gently under years of weather. The mountains loomed like silent guardians above the village, their peaks veiled by drifting clouds. Musashi came here not seeking conflict, but seeking something far more elusive. Renewal. He had taken no disciples with him, no companions, only his 2 swords and a small bundle of worn scrolls. Villagers watched him with a mix of curiosity and caution. A wandering swordsman was an omen. He could bring protection, or he could bring trouble. Mothers pulled children closer. Farmers bowed but did not linger. And yet wherever Musashi walked, there was an undeniable gravity in his presence. A tension, as if the air tightened around a man who had seen too much and surrendered too little. That evening, Musashi found a humble inn at the edge of the village. The owner, an elderly man with a crooked grin and missing teeth, offered him a corner room. The floor creaked under Musashi's weight as he entered. The walls were thin. The tatami mat smelled faintly of rice straw. The room contained nothing but a paper lantern, a chipped water basin, and silence. Musashi welcomed it. He unrolled one of his scrolls. It was not a manual on swordsmanship. It was a collection of poems written by wandering monks. Lines about impermanence, about the fleeting nature of mastery, about the world as a river that dissolves any shape that refuses to move with it. Musashi traced the ink strokes with his fingers. The calligraphy was simple, almost childlike, yet it held a depth that unsettled him. The next morning, instead of practicing sword techniques, Musashi walked to a nearby clearing where children gathered to play. They laughed as they chased one another around a towering sakura tree whose blossoms had just begun to fall. Their joy was unstudied, spontaneous, without rhythm or structure. Musashi stood there for a long time, observing them. The purity of their movement, the sincerity of their reactions. They did not anticipate. They simply acted. This, Musashi realized, was Shoshin in its purest form, not knowing how to move, not knowing how to think, simply responding to the world without preconception. He saw in their actions something he feared he was losing: the immediacy of perception, the ability to see a situation without the weight of experience shaping the interpretation. A child does not hesitate because a child has not yet learned to doubt. A child does not cling to identity because identity has not yet become a cage. For Musashi, this observation struck deeper than any duel. Later that same day, Musashi wandered into the village carpenter's workshop. The carpenter was a thin old man with a back bent like a bow, yet his hands were steady and strong. He moved with a precision that came from decades of repetition. Musashi watched him shave thin curls of wood from a beam, each stroke smooth and controlled. The carpenter paused, sensing a presence behind him. Without turning, he said, "You look like a man who has spent too long holding a sword." Musashi smiled quietly. Perhaps. The carpenter finally turned to face him. His gaze was sharp and strangely knowing. When you hold the same tool too tightly for too long, it begins to shape your hand more than your hand shapes it. Musashi felt the words linger in the air. There was something in them that resonated with the unease growing within him. The carpenter gestured to the wood shavings scattered across the floor. "Each piece here is a mistake I corrected. If I ever think I'm done learning, my hands will forget how to feel the grain." Musashi bowed lightly. This was not the lesson of a warrior. It was the lesson of a craftsman who understood the humility required to keep growing. The carpenter did not speak of expertise. He spoke of a living relationship with the work, one that demanded the eyes of a beginner every single day. That night, Musashi walked alone through a forest path. The moonlight filtered through the branches, creating shifting patterns of silver across the ground. He replayed the carpenter's words in his mind. They echoed against the deeper realization that had been forming within him. Mastery is not the end of learning, but the beginning of unlearning. Musashi believed for many years that skill accumulated like layers of lacquer on a box, each layer adding strength and beauty. But now he began to see it differently. Skill was more like mist. It grew dense, obscuring perception if not continually dispersed. To master any art was to constantly dismantle that mist, returning again and again to the clarity beneath. He felt this most strongly during his training sessions. Over the years, certain movements had become automatic in his body. His right wrist curved the same way during a downward strike. His footwork followed familiar arcs. His breathing fell into habitual patterns. These were signs of proficiency, yet they also signaled danger. Habit is efficient, but habit is blind. To break this blindness, Musashi forced himself to adopt unfamiliar postures. He sometimes practiced with his eyes closed, letting his body react purely to sound and shifting air. Other times, he trained in cramped spaces where he was forced to adapt quickly to obstacles. He even practiced with two swords held in reverse positions, experimenting with awkward grips that frustrated his muscle memory. This was not self-punishment. It was recalibration, the destruction of comfort. And inevitably, this pursuit of formlessness brought Musashi into conflict with his own ego. During his wanderings, he encountered several warriors who confronted him with reverence, acknowledging him as a legend, a man whose reputation stretched across provinces. They bowed deeply, sometimes trembling. They begged for lessons, for wisdom, for acknowledgement. Musashi offered none, not out of cruelty, but because he feared what recognition did to the mind. Praise can freeze a man in place. Identity calcifies when others define it for you. One evening, After turning away yet another hopeful student, Musashi sat beneath a waterfall in the mountains. The water crashed over his shoulders with a cold so sharp it numbed him. He allowed the force to batter against him. It stripped away thought, pride, frustration. In that clarity, he saw a truth that made him tighten his fists. A master becomes a prisoner the moment he allows others to call him master. This realization pierced him deeper than any blade ever had, because at that moment, he understood the true meaning of Shoshin. A beginner's mind is not merely open, it is free. Free from expectations, free from identity, free from the invisible weight of mastery. Musashi emerged from the waterfall drenched and shivering, but internally renewed. His path was no longer about becoming the greatest swordsman. It was about dissolving every barrier within himself that prevented him from seeing what each moment truly held. And with this renewed clarity came the beginnings of a philosophy that would one day transform his approach to strategy, creativity, and even the pursuit of wealth. A philosophy that would eventually teach him how to dismantle illusions, perceive opportunities that others overlooked, and understand the quiet forces that shape every human decision. Weeks passed in that mountain village, and Musashi settled into a rhythm that felt strangely foreign to him. Each day began not with sword practice, but with observation. He watched the farmers tending to their fields, the way they communicated without speaking, responding intuitively to the soil's needs. He watched the elderly women weaving baskets with movements so fluid they resembled water finding its easiest path. He watched the traveling merchants negotiating prices with simple nods and careful pauses, sensing the moment a buyer's hesitation broke into desire. Every interaction became a study in awareness. Every gesture revealed hidden patterns. Musashi realized that true insight did not come from analyzing great warriors or elite strategists. It came from watching ordinary people with extraordinary attention. One morning, he walked to a small shrine perched on a ridge overlooking the valley. The shrine was simple, almost fragile, with faded prayer ribbons fluttering in the wind. Beside it sat an elderly monk with kind eyes and a posture that looked as if he had been carved into the mountain itself. The monk greeted Musashi with a nod, and they sat together in silence for several minutes. Eventually, the monk spoke. "You walk like a man carrying something heavy on his back." Musashi didn't respond immediately. He wasn't sure what the monk sensed, but he felt the truth in the observation. The monk continued, "Expertise becomes a kind of burden. The more you know, the harder it becomes to see clearly. A full bowl cannot take new water." Musashi bowed his head slightly. He understood. This was the heart of his own struggle. He had traveled far, fought countless duels, studied countless patterns, and in doing so, he had filled his mind with so much knowledge that clarity occasionally slipped away. "What do you seek?" the monk asked. Musashi answered after a long, quiet moment, "To see the world with new eyes." The monk smiled, his wrinkles deepening. "Then you must stop trying to see it as a swordsman." These words unsettled Musashi more than any duel. He had never thought of himself as anything but a swordsman. Even if he avoided claiming titles, even if he rejected disciples, even if he refused to be bound by tradition, he still carried the identity of a warrior deep within him. It shaped every decision, every perception, every instinct. And now, this gentle monk was suggesting that he set it aside. But who would he be without it? The monk must have sensed this conflict, because he continued softly. The sword is your path, but it is only a path, not a prison. If you forget how to be a beginner, you forget how to be alive. Musashi closed his eyes. The wind moved through the trees like an exhale. In that moment, something inside him loosened. A long-held knot began to unravel. It dawned on him that the identity he had fought so hard to transcend was the very identity he continued to cling to. If he wanted true clarity, true freedom, he needed to become a student again, not of swordsmanship, but of existence itself. The monk invited him to stay and assist in daily chores. It was a humble request, almost trivial, yet profoundly symbolic. Musashi, the undefeated duelist, spent days chopping vegetables, carrying buckets of water from the spring, sweeping the temple floor, and repairing worn sandals for passing pilgrims. There was no glory in these tasks, no recognition, no audience. But Musashi found something unexpected in them, a quiet joy, a calmness that came not from skill, but from presence. He noticed how his mind softened when he performed simple actions without intention of mastery, how his breath became deeper, how perception became sharper. The world appeared more vibrant, colors more saturated, sounds more defined. The beginner's mind was not emptiness. It was fullness, a return to curiosity. At night, he sat with the monk and asked questions he had never voiced in any dojo. How does one prevent the mind from becoming rigid? How does one remain fluid when the world encourages attachment? How does one unlearn what has become instinct? The monk answered each question with the same response: by learning again and again. Musashi realized then that Shoshin was not a state one reached. It was a practice, a discipline, a conscious choice. Each day offered a small death of certainty and a small rebirth of openness. Every morning became a purification, every task a lesson, every mistake a doorway, and slowly he could feel himself changing. His grip on his sword became lighter, less habitual. His movements became less rehearsed, more intuitive. His awareness expanded beyond technique and into the subtle atmosphere of moments. He no longer saw opponents as adversaries, but as mirrors, each revealing something hidden within himself. He no longer felt confined by his past victories or haunted by his past mistakes. Instead, he felt something close to freedom. One evening, as the sun set in streaks of gold and crimson across the valley, Musashi walked alone to a hillside overlooking the village. The air was cool, filled with the scent of pine and distant smoke. He stood there for a long time, contemplating what he had learned. Then, from the folds of his robe, he withdrew a small brush and a piece of paper. With deliberate care, he wrote a single line: "Become a beginner every morning." This simple phrase would later echo through the pages of his teachings. It would shape the core of his philosophy, influencing artists, warriors, leaders, and thinkers for centuries. But for Musashi, in that moment, it was not a statement for the world. It was a reminder to himself, a vow. As he descended the hillside, he felt lighter, not because he had gained something, but because he had let something go. The weight of certainty, the stiffness of expertise, the invisible pride of mastery. Shoshin did not erase his skill. It illuminated it from a new angle, revealing possibilities he could not see before. It freed him to innovate, to adapt, to perceive opportunities where others saw dead ends. And this quiet revolution of the mind would eventually shape not only his spiritual path, but the strategies he developed for conflict, creativity, and ultimately the pursuit of wealth. Because a beginner's mind does not merely learn faster. A beginner's mind sees what others overlook. And in the world beyond the sword, that vision becomes an advantage more powerful than technique. The morning light spilled gently across the wooden floor of the small tea hut where Musashi had taken temporary refuge. Outside, the world was waking slowly. A soft breeze brushed across the garden, stirring fallen leaves and carrying with it the faint scent of flowering plum trees. Birds flitted between branches, their calls forming an irregular melody that felt both ancient and newborn. Musashi sat cross-legged near the open sliding door, gazing not at the world itself, but at a blank sheet of paper placed carefully before him. A brush rested between his fingers. It looked oddly delicate in his hand, especially for a man who had cut through 60 opponents with swords forged for killing. And yet, to Musashi, this brush was not a lesser tool. It was not a break from martial life. It was another battlefield, a silent one. A battlefield where victory was not marked by survival, but by clarity. Very few people know that Musashi was a prolific painter and calligrapher. In later years, his ink paintings would be studied by monks and aristocrats alike, praised for their raw, unpolished strength. He painted falcons with intense gazes. He painted Bodhidharma with heavy strokes and relentless presence. He painted landscapes stripped to their essential shapes, as if refusing to let ornament distract from truth. Each piece carried a sense of spiritual authority, calm yet forceful, simple yet profound. His art felt alive, as if the ink was still moving across the paper long after it had dried. But these achievements did not come easily. They came from a profound internal conflict. Musashi had spent so many years perfecting the art of conflict that the gentleness required for painting felt unnatural to him at first. His hands, trained to respond instantly to danger, struggled to slow down. His breath, conditioned to shift rhythm in combat, raced ahead of his brush. He tried to force his ink strokes the way he forced his sword movements, and the paper resisted him. It absorbed his urgency and reflected his restlessness. Every line shook. Every curve felt rigid. Every attempt reminded him of the limits buried inside his own mastery. But Musashi, stubborn as stone, refused to accept the barrier. He had once believed that strength lay in doubling down on one's greatest skills. Yet the more he lived, the more he realized that relying on a single form of expression limits the mind. It narrows perception. It builds walls around the imagination. This realization took root the same way his philosophy of Shoshin had: Quietly, slowly, then suddenly, inescapably. One evening, during his early attempts at painting, he sought guidance from a respected Zen artist named Shunryu, a man known for creating hauntingly simple ink landscapes. Shunryu lived in a secluded hut near a river, and the path to his door was lined with stepping stones worn smooth by years of rain. Musashi carried several of his failed paintings under his arm. He bowed respectfully when he arrived, though Shunryu simply laughed and waved him inside. The hut was silent except for the constant rushing of the river. Shunryu studied Musashi's attempts, his eyes narrowing slightly, but not in judgment. After a long moment, he placed the papers down. "Your lines are strong," he said. "Too strong," Musashi frowned. Strength was the essence of his life. Strength had kept him alive. Yet the artist continued. "You paint as if everything depends on one stroke. But painting is not a duel. The paper is not your enemy." He dipped his own brush into ink and drew a single line across a blank sheet. The line seemed effortless. It had no aggression, no hesitation. It was simply there, like a wave that rises and falls without trying. Shunryu handed Musashi the brush. "Try again. But this time, do not think of the brush as a weapon." Musashi took a deep breath. He placed the brush on the paper. His hand trembled. Not from fear. Musashi rarely felt fear, but from an unfamiliar vulnerability. There was no enemy to read, no rhythm to disrupt, no opponent to unbalance, just himself, his own state of mind, his own quiet instability. He attempted the stroke. The line wavered, thin in places, heavy in others. Shunryu smiled warmly. "Good! That is the first honest line you have ever painted." Musashi was stunned. Honest. The word struck him with more force than any sword he had ever crossed. The artist pulled the paper closer and tapped the rough, uneven line. A perfect line does not show the heart of the artist, but an honest line always does. Musashi left the hut that night with a mind both unsettled and illuminated. The river roared behind him as he crossed the stepping stones. Something was shifting inside him. A realization simple yet profound. To master the world outside, one must first master the world within. Over the following weeks, Musashi divided his days between practice with the sword and practice with the brush. The garden outside his hut became his training ground. He observed the tilt of grass in the wind, the way shadows softened as clouds drifted overhead, the moment a leaf detached from a branch as if releasing a long-held breath. These observations changed the way he painted and the way he fought. He discovered that the stillness required to paint was the same stillness required before a strike. The curiosity he cultivated to see beyond the surface of nature was the same curiosity needed to sense an opponent's hidden intentions. The patience he developed while waiting for ink to dry was the same patience needed to choose the perfect moment to move. Painting did not weaken his martial skill. It deepened it. It made him more aware, more precise, more present, and gradually, the barrier between art and combat began to dissolve. He no longer saw them as separate disciplines. They were two expressions of the same mind. The brush and the blade both demanded clarity, timing, and presence. Both required a beginner's mind. Both required eliminating ego. Both required the courage to reveal one's inner landscape. Other warriors often saw painting as frivolous, a distraction, a hobby for monks or bored aristocrats. But Musashi understood something they did not. The mind that knows only one path becomes narrow, predictable, brittle. The mind that explores many paths becomes adaptable, expansive, alive. One morning, as he painted a falcon perched on a wooden post, Musashi realized why this duality mattered so deeply. A warrior who sees only the sword sees almost nothing, but a warrior who sees all things sees the truth. From that moment on, he embraced the path of both brush and blade with equal devotion. And though he did not know it yet, this approach, the merging of contrasting skills, would one day become a powerful financial strategy as well. A strategy that would teach that the most valuable advantage in any competitive arena comes not from perfection in one domain, but from the unexpected combination of two. The days that followed became a kind of awakening for Musashi, though not in the dramatic way legends often describe. It was quieter than that, slower, like the gradual brightening of dawn before the sun finally breaks over the horizon. Each morning, he sat before his paper as birds began their chorus. Each afternoon, he practiced footwork and sword forms beneath the shade of tall cedar trees. And each evening, he returned to the tea hut with tired hands, but a mind that felt strangely renewed. What surprised him most was how quickly painting revealed his weaknesses in ways swordsmanship never had. With the blade, he could mask deficiencies behind instinct and experience. A strong strike could hide uncertainty. A bold step could overshadow a moment of doubt. But the brush allowed no such refuge. Ink exposed hesitation. It exposed ego. It exposed insecurity. A shaky wrist became visible. A forced stroke became ugly. A distracted mind became sloppy. The brush was a mirror, not of the body, of the soul. One afternoon, as Musashi practiced calligraphy, something unexpected happened. He was attempting the character for heart, Shin, a simple form, yet deceptively difficult to render with grace. He had painted it dozens of times before, each attempt either too rigid or too soft. Today, as he lowered the brush, he felt a sudden tremor in his hand. The stroke faltered. It curved slightly when he meant it to fall straight. He grimaced. Failure. But then, for reasons he could not explain, he paused. The imperfect stroke held a strange vitality. It was not elegant. It was not controlled, but it felt alive. It contained the tension between intention and surrender. It carried the echo of his own conflicting nature. The weary warrior, the seeking student, the restless wanderer, the man who had killed and the man who was now trying to understand life. Musashi placed the brush down. Imperfection, he murmured, is its own kind of truth. This realization shook him. For years, he had believed that mastery demanded eliminating flaws. Every duel, every practice session, every journey had been oriented toward a pursuit of perfection. But the ink stroke revealed something he had never considered. Perfection may impress the eye, But imperfection moves the spirit. The greatest artists, he realized, were not those who controlled every detail. They were those who allowed the details to reveal their humanity, their softness, their vulnerability. This idea felt dangerously close to weakness, yet Musashi sensed a deeper strength in it, a strength not of technique, but of presence, a kind of authenticity that could not be faked or rehearsed. And slowly, he began to understand why Zen monks often painted with such spontaneity. They were not trying to create masterpieces. They were trying to capture a moment of truth. Late one evening, Musashi visited the riverbank where Shunryu once taught him. The moonlight shimmered across the slow-moving water. He crouched and dipped his hand into the current. It was cool and smooth. The river did not resist his touch. It did not cling. It moved freely, constantly renewing itself. He whispered to himself, "Be like water." Not in the way a poet might romanticize it, but in the way a practitioner must embody it. Water adapts. It reflects. It cleanses. It accepts shape without losing essence. It is powerful without aggression. It swallows mountains with patience, not force. For the first time in months, Musashi felt something like relief. His entire life had been built on aggression, on force, on decisive presence. Yet here, in the quiet of the night, he realized that lasting mastery might not come from power at all. It might come from openness, from softness, from the courage to let go of control. A few days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at the village. A young samurai, barely 20, wearing a polished lacquered breastplate and carrying a katana far too ornate for someone of his station. His confidence was obvious from the moment he stepped into the inn. He moved like a man who had never lost, like a man who believed skill could save him from all dangers the world held. When he learned that Miyamoto Musashi was staying in the village, he demanded a duel, not out of malice, but out of ambition. He wanted to test himself against a legend. Musashi calmly declined, claiming he was training in another discipline. The young samurai mistook this for fear. His voice rose. He mocked Musashi. He called him a coward, a fraud, a relic who hid behind stories. The innkeeper held his breath, fearing bloodshed. But Musashi simply bowed, picked up his brush and paper, and walked away without another word. The young samurai was left speechless. His ego was expecting battle, expecting resistance, expecting drama. Instead, Musashi offered him something he had never experienced: indifference, stillness, the refusal to let another's arrogance dictate his own behavior. That moment taught Musashi something profound. The world will always send people who try to pull you back into old identities, into old conflicts, into old patterns. The true test of mastery is not defeating them. It is refusing to become them. That evening, Musashi wrote another line: "A man who chases every battle cannot master himself." Behind this simple sentence was a truth he had earned through years of wandering. A warrior who responds instantly to every challenge is not strong. He is controlled, predictable, manipulable. True strength lies in choosing one's battles, not in demonstrating skill at every opportunity. This lesson, born from merging the brush with the blade, became the foundation of a new philosophy inside him. He began to understand that real power is not in striking, but in deciding when not to, not in proving oneself, but in transcending the need for proof, not in dominating others, but in mastering one's own impulses. And this mindset, though Musashi did not yet realize it, would lead directly into the financial dimension of his teachings. Because the art of combining disciplines, the art of seeing through multiple lenses, the art of responding from clarity rather than reflex, these became the seeds of a principle that would later shape modern strategy. Dual skill compounding, the concept that two seemingly unrelated abilities, when fused, create an advantage so powerful that competitors cannot imitate it. Just as Musashi's sword was sharpened by his painting, modern success would be shaped by blending contrasting skills. Analytical thinking with emotional intelligence, creativity with discipline, art with strategy. But these realizations were still forming within him like ink drying on paper. Their full meaning was yet to come. In the weeks that followed the young samurai's challenge, Musashi's life in the village unfolded with a rhythm that felt almost like a second childhood. There was no urgency in his movements, no looming duel, no anticipation of danger waiting behind the next hillside. Instead, each day revealed itself quietly, like a page turning in a book he had never read before. He rose at dawn, washed his face with cold water from the stone basin, and watched the mist drift slowly across the fields. Farmers led their oxen with sleepy eyes and soft murmurs. Children raced each other down the dirt roads with laughter echoing between the houses. At times, Musashi almost forgot the world associated his name with fear. The villagers treated him not as a warrior, but as a solitary traveler with kind eyes and an unusual calm. Yet even here, even in this suspended moment of peace, Musashi's mind worked in its own relentless way. Everything he observed seemed to reflect lessons about rhythm, timing, stillness, and intent. The world itself had become his teacher, and the deeper he studied painting and calligraphy, the more he began to understand the quiet, unseen forces that shaped human behavior. One afternoon, while sitting beneath the shade of a plum tree, Musashi watched a traveling merchant set up his stall. The man arranged his wares in neat rows: lacquered bowls, bamboo flutes, small inkstones, and finely crafted brushes. People passed by with idle curiosity, but none stopped to buy. The merchant frowned. His frustration was visible. His rhythm was off. He rearranged the items again, this time lining them in precise, tidy columns. Still no customers. He began lowering the prices, calling out special offers. His voice grew louder, more desperate. Musashi observed this with the same attention he brought to a duel. There was no flow in the merchant's actions, no presence, no adaptation. Only reaction upon reaction, each pushing him further from clarity. Finally, Musashi approached the stall. Without speaking, he picked up one of the ink brushes and placed it at an angle instead of straight. Then he moved one lacquer bowl away from the group and positioned it by itself. He shifted the bamboo flutes so they formed a gentle curve rather than a rigid line. In moments, the stall looked less like a display of inventory and more like a small, living scene from a painter's world. The merchant stared in confusion. People began approaching the stall almost immediately. They examined the items with interest. A young girl convinced her mother to buy a flute. A monk purchased a brush. Within minutes, the atmosphere changed entirely. The merchant's tension melted into relief. "How did you know?" he asked quietly. Musashi tapped 2 fingers against the wooden table. "The same principles that govern the blade govern the brush. The same principles that govern the brush govern the world." He did not elaborate. The merchant would not understand the full meaning yet, but Musashi understood perfectly. What had changed was not the items, but the flow of attention. The arrangement of objects created a rhythm, a story, a sense of movement. When the world presents things without flow, people look without seeing. When the world presents things with flow, people feel without knowing why. This insight connected deeply to his philosophy. Presence, timing, perception, harmony. They were not separate skills. They were one continuous understanding expressed through different mediums. Later that evening, Musashi returned to his tea hut and lit a small lantern. Its warm glow flickered across the walls. He unrolled another sheet of paper and prepared his ink. Dropping the ink stick into the stone, he began to grind it slowly, listening to the soft, rasping sound. He thought of the merchant's success. He thought of how easily the world could be transformed by the slightest shift in rhythm. He thought of the way a single brushstroke could reveal the truth of a moment. And he began to understand something new. Strategy is not the art of overpowering. It is the art of arranging people, movements, objects, ideas, opportunities. When arranged with clarity, they create openings. They create flow. They create inevitability. A master strategist does not fight reality. He shapes its rhythm. He adjusts the world the way he adjusts a brush on paper. Musashi dipped his brush into the ink and painted the silhouette of a falcon. The strokes were confident but fluid, sharp yet alive. When he finished, he set the paper aside and gazed at it in silence. The falcon looked exactly how he felt inside, perched in stillness, but ready to strike at any moment. The next morning, Musashi was approached by an elderly nobleman, accompanied by 2 retainers. The nobleman had heard rumors of a swordsman who painted like a monk and refused all duels. He bowed respectfully and asked Musashi if he would consider painting a piece for the shrine in his estate. Not for status, not for prestige, but because he sensed something in Musashi's art that felt spiritually grounded. Musashi agreed. He traveled to the nobleman's estate days later, where he was given a quiet room overlooking a garden of stones carefully placed among moss and flowing water. It was the perfect environment for concentration. He sat before a long sheet of high-quality rice paper. The nobleman and his attendants stood behind him, confident they were about to witness a legendary swordsman produce a masterpiece in seconds. But Musashi did not move. Minutes passed, then half an hour, then a full hour. Still, he did not lift the brush. Finally, The nobleman cleared his throat gently. "Master Musashi, is something troubling you?" Musashi shook his head. "I am painting," he said softly. The nobleman blinked in confusion. "But you have not yet drawn anything." Musashi smiled faintly. "The brushstroke is the final result. The painting begins long before the stroke." He continued to sit, observing the garden. He studied the way shadows shifted around the stones, the subtle tremble of leaves in the breeze, the delicate movement of koi in the pond. Every detail mattered. Every nuance shaped the spirit of the painting. When the moment finally arrived, when the world aligned inside him, he raised his brush and painted a single, sweeping line across the paper. Then another. Then a third. It took less than a minute. When he finished, the nobleman fell silent. Before them was an image of a lone pine tree on a cliff, its branches extending against the wind with quiet resilience. The painting felt alive, as if it breathed with the rhythm of the world itself. The nobleman bowed deeply. He understood, even without words, that Musashi had captured something rare, an expression not of skill, but of spirit. That night, while watching the moon from the veranda, Musashi finally understood the true purpose of blending brush and blade. It was not about expanding skill. It was about expanding perception. The brush forced him to see nuance, flow, softness, and subtlety. The sword forced him to see timing, tension, intention, and consequence. Merged together, they gave him something few warriors possessed: total awareness. A way of reading the world that transcended any single discipline. A way of seeing opportunities hidden to others. A way of understanding people, pressure, conflict, and choice at an extraordinary depth. This was dual skill compounding, unfolding inside him long before it had a name. And soon, it would become the principle that guided not only his path as a warrior and artist, but the basis for a powerful financial philosophy. The rain began before dusk, a soft pattering that clung to the eaves of the old inn, like fingertips tapping a warning. The clouds sagged low over the village, heavy and intimate, as if the entire sky were folding itself into a single breath. Travelers hurried to secure their belongings. Merchants pulled cloth covers over their wares. Lanterns flickered weakly in the growing wind. But Musashi did not move. He stood beneath the overhang of the inn's wooden veranda, watching the rain darken the dirt path, one drop at a time. The world blurred at the edges. Shapes softened. Footsteps became muted. And beneath the rhythmic whisper of the storm, Musashi felt something else humming just beneath the surface. A subtle disturbance. A presence. The innkeeper approached him quietly, his sandals squishing in the wet earth. His voice trembled. "There is a man asking for you, Master Musashi." Musashi did not turn. The rain traced a thin line down his cheek, cold and grounding. "What does he want?" The innkeeper swallowed hard. "He seeks a duel. Tonight." Of course he does, Musashi thought. The world always sent challengers when storms rolled in, as if lightning itself called restless men out of hiding. Musashi stepped forward, feeling the wooden planks shift gently beneath his feet. The rain was heavier now, sheets of water cascading from the roof. "Where is he?" The innkeeper gestured toward the path that led into a grove of ancient cedar trees. Musashi could see a faint silhouette, a man standing alone beneath the darkness of the branches, motionless except for the occasional flick of rain against his armor. Musashi recognized the posture even from a distance. A warrior whose pride had swollen beyond his patience. A man who had rehearsed this confrontation in his mind too many times. His stance was tight. His shoulders were rigid. His spirit was loud. Too loud. "He's been waiting for hours," the innkeeper whispered. "He said he won't leave until you face him." Musashi stepped into the rain. The cold drops clung to his hair, weighed down his robes, soaked into the cloth around his wrists. But he walked slowly, without urgency, without aggression. His breath matched the rhythm of the storm. He approached the grove until the silhouette sharpened into the form of a man in lacquered armor, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword with desperate intensity. When Musashi was close enough, the man spoke. Musashi. His voice cracked slightly. "I've come from far to challenge you. My school will not be taken lightly. You humiliated my master years ago. Tonight, I reclaim our honor." Musashi studied him silently. He did not see a warrior. He saw a wounded ego wearing armor like a shield for the spirit. The man's stance was wrong. His breathing was rushed. His eyes, though glaring, held a flicker of fear buried beneath the bravado. "What is your name?" Musashi asked. The man hesitated. Rain streaked down his faceplate. "It doesn't matter. It matters to me," Musashi replied softly. "A duel begins with a name. Without one, it is just violence." The man stiffened. His lips tightened. "I am Kashiwara Jinsai of the Willow School." Musashi nodded once, acknowledging not the threat, but the humanity. "Jinsai." A calm voice, steady as the rain. "Why did you come here?" Truly, Jinsai's jaw clenched. "To win back what he stole from us." Musashi tilted his head. "And what do you believe I stole?" Jinsai's breath hitched. "Dignity." Musashi felt a quiet sadness in the answer. Not because of the words, but because of the conviction behind them. The Willow School was known for elegant sword forms, soft, flowing, graceful. Musashi had defeated its master years ago in a duel many believed unwinnable. Yet Musashi remembered the duel well. The master had been skilled, composed, and disciplined, but he had fought within the boundaries of beauty. And beauty breaks when confronted with chaos. A crack of thunder rumbled across the valley. Musashi spoke again. "Jinsai, if I draw my sword tonight, you will die." The words were not threatening. They were simply true. Spoken with the same tone one might use to warn a traveler about a broken bridge ahead. Jinsai's hand tightened on his hilt. His breath came sharper now. "I am not afraid." Musashi took a single step closer. The rain pooled around his feet. "Fear is not your enemy tonight. Pride is." The words struck Jinsai like a physical blow. His face twisted with anger, an anger born from humiliation, not confidence. Enough. Draw your blade. Musashi remained perfectly still. He did not reach for his sword. Instead, he opened his palm and let the falling rain gather in the center of his hand. A small pool formed, rippling with every drop. "Do you hear that?" Musashi asked. Jinsai frowned. "Hear what?" "The rhythm, the cadence, the shift in the storm." Musashi closed his fingers slowly. "You are not listening." Jinsai's breath grew erratic. His stance weakened. Every second, Musashi refused to fight. The younger man's composure cracked further. The duel was already in motion, but not in steel. It was unfolding in spirit. Musashi stepped forward again, this time stopping only a few feet from Jinsai. The rain filled the space between them with an almost sacred stillness. "I defeated your master, not because he lacked skill." Musashi's voice lowered. "I defeated him because he fought the duel he expected. While I fought the duel that existed." Jinsai's eyes widened. His rhythm was perfect. But perfection is predictable. Jinsai's shoulders trembled. The truth cut deeper than any blade. Musashi leaned closer, speaking quietly so only the storm could overhear. "You've already lost, Jinsai. Not to me, to the story in your own mind." The young samurai's grip loosened. His sword hand fell to his side. Rain dripped from his chin like tears he refused to shed. The spirit inside him, the will to strike, the will to prove, the will to reclaim a wounded identity, began to dissolve. He staggered back. His breath broke into uneven gasps. Musashi did not move. Jinsai's voice quivered. "I don't understand." Musashi finally gave him the truth he needed. Victory is not always in striking. Sometimes it is in seeing clearly. Tonight, you saw yourself. Jinsai sank to his knees in the mud, his armor clattering softly. He bowed, not to Musashi, but to the honest mirror the Ronin had forced him to face. When he rose again, there was no anger left in him, only quiet acceptance. He sheathed his sword. "Thank you." Musashi nodded. "Go home." Jinsai stood, bowed once more, and disappeared into the rain. Musashi turned back toward the inn. No sword had been drawn. No life had been taken. Yet a duel had been fought and resolved on a battlefield no one else could see. And with each step, Musashi understood the lesson more deeply. The strongest victory is the one achieved without striking at all. The rain eased into a steady whisper as Musashi walked back toward the inn. Lanterns glowed softly behind paper screens, casting warm, trembling shapes across the soaked ground. The world looked half asleep, as if the storm had lulled it into a state of gentle surrender. But Musashi's mind was alert, clear, deeply attuned. He paused beneath the veranda once more, wringing water from his sleeves. The innkeeper peered out nervously. Is it over?" Musashi nodded. No one was harmed. The innkeeper exhaled with visible relief. "You are merciful, Master Musashi." Musashi shook his head. "No, only precise. He stepped inside and quietly slid the door shut behind him. What had happened in the cedar grove was not mercy. It was understanding. Musashi knew that Jinsai had not come to fight him. Not truly. The young man had come to confront an image of himself reflected in the shadow of Musashi's reputation. And Musashi had learned, through years of turmoil, that when a man is at war with his own identity, a blade only deepens the wound. Inside the inn, a small fire crackled in a corner hearth. Its orange glow softened the wooden beams and cast dancing light across the tatami mats. Musashi sat near the warmth, letting his wet clothes steam and dry. He listened to the fire's rhythm, matching it with his breath. The innkeeper brought him a bowl of warm rice and miso soup. Musashi accepted it with a slight bow. Only when he finished eating did he allow himself to reflect on the duel that had not happened. He closed his eyes. He replayed Jinsai's stance. The tension in his shoulders, the sharpness in his breath, the trembling in his fingers, the anger disguised as determination, the doubt buried beneath the anger, the fear buried beneath the doubt. Musashi had sensed it all before Jinsai spoke a single word. This sensitivity was not a gift. It was a discipline, one that had taken years of solitude, observation, and spiritual refinement to cultivate. Musashi's ability to read the emotional landscape of a person, sometimes with only a glance, was one of his greatest strengths. It was how he survived duels. It was how he avoided unnecessary battles. It was how he won fights before they began. He leaned back against the wall and let the warmth of the fire seep into his bones. He remembered the first time he had learned to perceive the spirit of an opponent rather than the movement of their body. It was in his early 20s, shortly after he had defeated the Yoshioka school. While hiding in the mountains after the bloody clash, Musashi encountered a hermit who lived alone in a tumble-down shack surrounded by towering bamboo. The hermit rarely spoke, preferring to communicate through gestures. But on one occasion, while observing Musashi's training, he broke his silence. "You fight like a man who listens only to the blade." Musashi lowered his sword, confused. What else is there to listen to? The hermit pointed to Musashi's chest, the wind between breaths, the hesitation before intention, the storm inside the other man's heart. Musashi frowned. How can one hear such things? The hermit tapped the side of his head, not with the ears. He tapped Musashi's sternum. With this. For months afterward, Musashi trained in silence among the bamboo. He learned to close his eyes during practice, relying not on sight, but on presence. He learned to sense the subtle pressure in the air when someone approached, the shift in posture, the slightest change in breathing, the unspoken emotion pulsing behind every glance and gesture. Eventually, he could anticipate an opponent's intention before their muscles even moved. This was not mystical. It was human. It was observation sharpened to keenness. It was empathy stripped of softness. It was awareness elevated to survival. And it was the exact skill that allowed Musashi to save Jinsai's life without drawing steel. He opened his eyes and stared into the fire, letting the memory fade. Thunder rumbled distantly as the storm shifted across the valley. The inn shook faintly, but inside, everything felt stable, peaceful. Musashi reached for a cloth bag he kept beside him and withdrew a small wooden tablet. On it, he had carved the character for emptiness. Ku. This emptiness was not nihilism. It was not detachment. It was clarity, the ability to remain unaffected by provocation, unchanged by ego, unshaken by chaos. It was the emptiness that allowed him to step into the rain with a steady breath while another man trembled. Musashi touched the carved surface gently. When the mind is empty, the world becomes readable. This was the lesson he had spent years learning. And it was the lesson most warriors never understood. They believed that swords won battles. That strength decided fate. But Musashi knew the truth. Presence wins battles. Clarity decides fate. He stood and slid open the door. The rain had softened into a gentle drizzle. The air smelled of wet earth and cedar. He stepped outside and walked to the edge of the veranda, staring into the darkness beyond the village. He imagined Jinsai walking home at this very moment, a young man humbled, not broken, not defeated, liberated. A duel avoided was not a lost opportunity. It was a regained one, a moment where a life path shifted, where violence dissolved, where insight took root. Musashi exhaled, long and slow. Victory without striking was not weakness. It was the highest expression of mastery. And as he gazed into the night, something within him deepened. His understanding of strategy, his understanding of spirit, his understanding of how the world truly moves beneath its visible surface. Rain continued to fall in soft murmurs around him, and Musashi listened. The storm fully passed by dawn, leaving the world washed clean in pale morning light. Mist clung to the tops of the cedar trees, drifting like slow breaths rising from the earth. The village paths were soft underfoot. The dirt darkened to a rich brown, and small puddles mirrored the sky in broken pieces. Musashi stepped outside the inn, stretching his shoulders as the cool air wrapped itself around him. The scent of wet pine and distant smoke filled his lungs. The world felt lighter, quieter, as if the storm had not simply moved across the land, but through it. He walked toward the edge of the forest where the duel that wasn't had taken place. The clearing was serene now. No trace of tension remained, no footprints from hurried steps, no crushed earth from aggressive stances. Only the soft patter of droplets falling from cedar branches. Musashi stood there for a long moment, listening. He replayed the encounter in his mind, the tremor in Jinsai's breathing, the stiffness of his shoulders, the way his hand faltered at the first touch of doubt. To an untrained observer, the duel had ended before it began. But Musashi knew that it had ended long before Jinsai even spoke his first word. The moment a man enters a confrontation clinging too tightly to his identity, he has already surrendered control. Jinsai had approached with a story in his head. Musashi had approached with emptiness, and emptiness always wins. Not because it is forceful, but because it carries nothing that can be manipulated. Ego, pride, insecurity. These are handles the world can grab. A man with no handles cannot be moved. Musashi knelt and touched the soaked earth. He whispered to himself, "One must fight the world as it is, not as the mind imagines it." This was not a philosophy he had read in a scroll. It was carved into him by experience, by years of facing men who fought the duel in their imagination rather than the duel unfolding in front of them. The difference was everything. The imagined duel is emotional. The real duel is neutral. The imagined duel is filled with tension. The real duel is filled with information. As he rose, Musashi felt a shift inside his chest, a recognition of something deeper. A quiet truth he had always sensed but never articulated fully. The ultimate duel is not with another man. It is with one's own illusions. And last night, he had watched a young warrior confront his illusion so directly that it shattered before a single blade could be drawn. Musashi began walking back toward the village. As he approached the inn, he noticed a group of villagers gathered around the central well. Among them was the merchant whose stall he had silently rearranged days before. The man waved to Musashi with gratitude shining in his eyes. His business had suddenly thrived. He had made more sales in 2 days than he usually made in a week. Musashi nodded politely, but said nothing. Influence did not require acknowledgement. Truth did not require applause. The innkeeper hurried over with a rolled piece of parchment. "A message came for you this morning, Master Musashi. Delivered by one of Lord Matsudaira's retainers. He insisted it was urgent." Musashi accepted the parchment. The seal was unmistakable, simple, yet authoritative. He broke it open and read the message slowly. It was a formal request, elegantly phrased, inviting him to the castle to discuss a strategic matter. But the underlying tone was clear. The Lord had heard stories, rumors, of Musashi's ability to quell a duel without bloodshed. Such a skill was far more valuable in peaceful times than brute strength. Feudal lords were beginning to understand that the sword was becoming less useful than the mind that controlled it. Musashi rolled the parchment back up. It was time to leave the village. Before departing, he visited the cedar grove one last time. He bowed to the space where Jinsai had stood. To Musashi, every duel, fought or unfought, left a spirit behind, an imprint in the world, a quiet resonance of intention and emotion. This grove now held the memory of a transformation, not a death. As he journeyed along the forest path, he reflected on something deeper still. His most powerful victories were increasingly spiritual, not physical. And they were becoming more frequent. Years earlier, Musashi would have drawn his sword without hesitation. He would have met Jinsai's anger with force. It would have been an efficient resolution, swift and definitive. But efficiency is not wisdom. He now knew the difference. He had learned to read the emotional atmosphere of a moment the way a navigator reads shifting winds. In his 30s, Musashi fought battles of steel. In his 40s, he fought battles of mind. And in his 50s, he would fight battles of spirit. This evolution was not deliberate. It was the natural consequence of cultivating presence. When a man trains the mind to see without distortion, he no longer overreacts. When he trains the spirit to stand like a mountain, others feel it before he speaks. When he trains his awareness to sense fear, pride, and illusion, he can unmake an opponent's will with a single sentence. Victory without fighting is not passive. It is strategic. It is the highest expression of control, not over others, but over oneself. As he left the village behind, Musashi replayed the moment Jinsai's spirit broke, not from fear of death, but from contact with truth. That moment had taught Musashi more about strategy than any duel with swords ever had. Psychological victories shape the world more than physical ones. A general who breaks the enemy's morale wins without bloodshed. A negotiator who dissolves hostility shapes outcomes quietly. A leader who calms chaos without raising his voice holds power more absolute than any tyrant. Musashi understood that this principle could be applied far beyond the battlefield. It could guide nations. It could guide relationships. And one day, it would guide the minds of those seeking success in arenas he could never imagine: boardrooms, markets, negotiations, and inner battles fought in silence. He whispered a final thought as he stepped onto the open road. When the spirit is steady, all storms pass. The path was narrow and uneven, stretching through the rugged hills of Kyushu, as if carved not by human hands, but by the slow persistence of wind and hooves and time itself. Dawn had not yet broken, but the sky held a faint grayness that hinted at its approach. The earth was still cool underfoot. Crickets murmured their final notes before sunrise. And walking along that lonely path was a man whose presence seemed to bend the landscape around him, not by force, but by quiet inevitability. Miyamoto Musashi carried no travel pack, only his swords. His clothes were dusty. His hair, tied loosely at the back, was damp from the night air. His stride was neither hurried nor slow. It was simply steady, as if he were following a rhythm the world could not hear. For most men, life unfolded in routines or obligations. For Musashi, life unfolded in duels. But unlike the legends that portray him as a creature of violence, Musashi did not seek conflict. He sought refinement, relentless, uncompromising refinement. Each duel was a lesson, each opponent a teacher, each encounter a mirror that revealed something he had not yet mastered. It was said that he fought 61 duels. What people rarely understand is that Musashi never counted them as victories. He counted them as iterations. The first duel that changed him happened not in a grand dojo or before crowds, but in a narrow mountain pass where a struggling swordsman named Akamatsu approached him with trembling hands. The man had heard rumors of Musashi's strength and had convinced himself that defeating the notorious Ronin would free him from the shame of past failures. Musashi sensed this immediately. The desperation in Akamatsu's eyes was unmistakable. But what Musashi noticed most was not the fear. It was the rigidity. Akamatsu held his sword with both hands, gripping so tightly that his knuckles whitened. His shoulders were raised, his breathing shallow. He stood with the stance of a man who believed technique alone would save him. But Musashi could already feel the cracks in his posture, the imbalance in his footing, the emotional turbulence bleeding into his every movement. Musashi stepped forward, lifted his wooden staff, and struck the man's wrist with a swift motion that lasted less than a heartbeat. The sword fell from Akamatsu's hand. The duel was over before it began. As Akamatsu collapsed in frustration, Musashi knelt beside him and spoke gently. "You lost before you lifted your blade." Akamatsu stared at him with hollow eyes. "Why?" he asked. "Why do I always fail?" Musashi tapped the fallen sword with the end of his staff. "You cling too tightly to what you think a swordsman should be. Let go of the shape. Feel the truth beneath it." Akamatsu's breath caught. His shoulders sank. And though Musashi did not know what became of him afterwards, he sensed the man was hearing this truth for the first time. Musashi continued his journey, but that encounter stayed with him for months. It sparked a realization that would grow into a pillar of his philosophy. Most people fail not from lack of effort, but from rigidity. They cling to a fixed way of moving, thinking, or responding. They commit to form rather than adaptability. They fight battles of memory rather than battles of presence. Musashi would encounter this again many times throughout his 61 duels. There was the famed spearmaster who relied so heavily on the reach of his weapon that he forgot to protect his feet. The noble warrior who boasted about his lineage and attacked with predictable pride. The brash youth who swung with strength but whose fear leaked through every strike. The disciplined schoolmaster who repeated the same kata so faithfully he had forgotten how to sense danger outside the patterns he had memorized. Musashi never mocked them. In fact, he respected them deeply. But he learned from them something far more valuable than technique. Skill stagnates when it becomes repetition. Mastery evolves only through disruption. This belief led Musashi into training methods so strange that many thought he had lost his mind. He practiced in darkness, letting sound dictate timing. He fought using wooden sticks instead of blades to sharpen precision without the crutch of lethality. He trained on uneven ground where each step tested his awareness of balance. He sparred against multiple opponents to disrupt the inherent linearity of one-on-one combat. He deliberately exhausted himself so he could learn how to fight without relying on strength. He taught himself to read the rhythm of an opponent's breath, the subtle shifts in weight, the emotional flair that precedes a strike. Every duel added a layer of insight. Every failure, yes, Musashi failed, added a layer of humility. Every difficult opponent forced him to shed another layer of rigidity. Iteration became his religion. One of his most transformative encounters took place near the banks of the Kumagawa River. Musashi had been challenged by a warrior known as the Stone Ox, a man built like a mountain, with a temper to match. The man attacked with pure brute force, swinging his massive blade with enough weight to split bamboo in a single blow. Musashi deflected the first strike, barely, and realized instantly that strength would not help him here. So he changed tactics. Instead of meeting force with force, he danced around the edges of the man's range. He let the Stone Ox exhaust himself. His heavy armor slowed him. His breath became ragged. And when the man finally stumbled, Musashi used his staff to tap the side of his helmet lightly. The duel was over. But the lesson stayed. Every strength carries its own weakness. Every weakness hides its own strength. A master sees both. Musashi wrote these words later in his personal notes, long before he composed the Book of Five Rings. These early reflections would one day become the foundation of the Earth Scroll, the first teaching that mastery requires understanding the ground you stand on. But Musashi was not simply refining technique. He was refining self-awareness. He became acutely aware of when his own mind drifted, when his ego swelled, when his assumptions blinded him, when his spirit wavered, when fear, yes, even he felt fear, tightened behind his ribs. He viewed each duel as an experiment, not to prove superiority, but to expose a flaw, and then remove it. A swordsman who seeks victory becomes rigid. A swordsman who seeks understanding becomes unstoppable. By the time Musashi reached his 30th duel, he was no longer fighting opponents. He was fighting the limits inside himself. And with every victory or narrow escape, one truth became clearer. A man can grow more in a single confrontation than in a year of comfortable practice. And Musashi was about to face the duel that would permanently shift his philosophy from survival into evolution. The duel that transformed Musashi was not against a famed school, nor a celebrated warrior, nor a figure etched into the annals of martial history. It was against a man almost no one remembers, a quiet, unremarkable swordsman named Shishido Bacon. And yet the memory of that duel stayed with Musashi like a scar carved not into flesh, but into spirit. Shishido Bacon wielded a weapon few had mastered, the kusarigama, a sickle attached to a length of weighted chain, a weapon as fluid as water and as unpredictable as lightning. In the hands of a novice, it was clumsy. In the hands of Bacon, it became an extension of his will. Musashi arrived at the duel expecting a straightforward fight. Sword against blade, distance against distance. But from the first moment the chain sliced through the air with a high, whistling arc, he realized how wrong he was. Bacon fought with rhythm, a strange, circling rhythm that bent the air around him. He swung the chain in tight spirals, shifting between offense and defense seamlessly. The blade at the end flashed like a fragment of moonlight. Musashi found himself forced into unfamiliar territory. He could not approach recklessly. The chain kept him at bay. He could not retreat. The sickle would close the gap. He could not stand still. The rhythm would coil around him. For the first time in years, Musashi felt a sensation he rarely admitted: disorientation. Bacon's chain struck his arm, leaving a red welt that stung like fire. Musashi stumbled. Bacon pressed forward, his movements fluid and merciless. The chain whirled again, poised to entangle Musashi's wrist or throat. In that moment, Musashi saw the possibility of his own death flicker before him. His pulse steadied. His breath slowed. And something inside him shifted. Musashi dropped his center of gravity, lowered his stance, and moved, not to fight Bacon's rhythm, but to dissolve inside it. He let his feet feel the ground. He let his vision widen. He stopped anticipating. He stopped calculating. He simply observed. A deep quietness washed through him, the same quiet he had found beneath waterfalls, beneath pine trees, in moments of solitude. He saw the truth. Bacon's movements were fluid, but predictable within their fluidity. His spirals always tightened before striking. His stance always shifted weight before a forward sweep. His breath always paused a fraction of a second before changing direction. Musashi stepped forward through the spiral instead of away from it. The chain flew past his ear, close enough to feel its wind. In one swift motion, Musashi struck Bacon's forearm with the wooden saya of his sword. The impact jarred the sickle loose. It spun across the dirt. Bacon froze. The duel was over, but the lesson had only begun. Musashi bowed deeply to Bacon, more deeply than he bowed to most opponents. This man had nearly killed him, and that is exactly why Musashi respected him. The duel reminded Musashi of something he had known but forgotten. Proximity to failure sharpens growth in ways comfort never can. Bacon left him with bruises, but more importantly, Bacon left him with clarity. That night, Musashi sat alone beside a riverbank. The water shimmered with moonlight, rippling gently around stones. He sat with his knees drawn to his chest, replaying the duel in his mind. He whispered to himself, "Strength is nothing without adaptability." It was a humbling realization. He had grown powerful, too powerful. Victories had come easily, too easily. His instincts had sharpened, but his mind had begun to rely on old patterns. He was becoming predictable to himself. Predictability is the beginning of decline. Musashi picked up a small pebble and tossed it into the river. The ripples expanded in concentric circles. He watched them fade. He understood that he needed to uproot himself again, to challenge what he believed he knew, to unlearn as much as he had learned. Over the next several months, Musashi sought out opponents not because they were famous, but because they were unusual. He faced a fisherman who fought with oars, a traveling monk who used a staff long as a spear, a former bandit who wielded 2 short daggers with uncanny speed. He fought them all, not out of pride, but out of curiosity. He wanted to expose weaknesses in his own habits. He wanted to disrupt his own rhythm. He wanted to feel the edges of his limitations. It was during these duels that Musashi discovered one of the deepest truths of his life. Strength multiplies when it confronts diversity. Weakness multiplies when it confronts repetition. A man who trains only with swords becomes helpless against a chain. A man who practices only structure becomes helpless against chaos. A man who studies only victory becomes helpless when faced with unexpected failure. Musashi wrote in his travel journal, "Do not train to be perfect. Train to be unbreakable." Unbreakability is not about rigidity. It is about flexibility. Not about resisting force, but about absorbing it without losing form. This relentless exposure to new opponents reshaped Musashi's mind. He became adept at adapting, a master of disruption, a student of unpredictability. And soon, The world began to fear not his strength, but his creativity. Word spread that Musashi fought like the wind, never the same twice. Opponents described him as a shifting shadow, a sudden silence, a storm contained in human form. Musashi wasn't merely refining his technique through 61 duels. He was refining the very nature of mastery. Iteration was no longer a method. It had become an identity, a way of living, a way of seeing. Every opponent, every environment, every mistake became a thread woven into the fabric of his evolution. And as he journeyed through provinces, from remote villages to crowded market towns, he started sensing a deeper pattern emerging, one that transcended combat and pointed toward something broader. A pattern that would one day evolve into a philosophy useful not only in battle, but in decision-making, creativity, negotiation, and even the realms of wealth and strategy. But before that revelation surfaced fully, Musashi would face yet another confrontation, this time not of body or technique, but of spirit. A confrontation that would push him toward the next stage of his transformation. By the time Musashi reached his 50th duel, the man he had become was almost unrecognizable from the restless youth who once swung his sword with wild ferocity. Something inside him had changed, quietly, steadily, with every clash, every bruise, every small revelation scattered across the provinces of Japan. The path of iteration had shaped him into a different kind of warrior, not just stronger, not just more skilled, but more aware. And it was awareness, not strength, that would define the last stretch of his 61 duels. One of the most defining encounters in this period took place on a mountain pass blanketed in fog. The air was cold enough that every breath unfurled like a thin ribbon of cloud. Musashi walked with his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his short sword. He moved slowly, listening not with his ears, but with his whole body. The fog swallowed sound, but not presence. And Musashi sensed it immediately, the faint ripple of intention in the air. A figure emerged from the mist, not a samurai, not a bandit, a woman. She carried no sword, only a wooden staff carved from a twisted branch. She bowed politely. "Are you Miyamoto Musashi?" Musashi bowed back. "I am." "Then I ask for a duel." Her voice was steady but respectful. "Not to defeat you, but to test myself before I return to my clan." Musashi studied her stance. Her breath was calm, her grip gentle, her spirit quiet. The silence surrounding her felt different from the silence of fear. It felt chosen, practiced, pure. He nodded. "Very well. Show me your resolve." The duel began. She moved with the grace of a reed bending in the wind. Her staff swept low, curved high, and shifted direction with fluid unpredictability. Musashi countered with relaxed precision, neither dominating nor retreating. Their movements intertwined, not as enemies, but as two forces studying one another. The woman's technique had no stiffness, no arrogance, no desperation. It was the technique of someone who had refined herself through hardship, but never allowed suffering to harden her heart. Musashi admired that. Yet it was her final motion that struck him deepest, not physically, but spiritually. She lunged forward, then froze mid-stride. Her staff stopped inches from his throat. She lowered it gently. Enough. I understand now. Musashi stepped back, bowing deeply. You fought with clarity. She smiled. No, I fought with honesty. And with that, she disappeared into the mist, leaving Musashi standing alone on the mountain path. That brief duel taught him a truth he had sensed, but never articulated. Mastery is not defined by victory. It is defined by authenticity. A man who fights from ego may win, but he cannot grow. A man who fights from fear may survive, but he cannot evolve. A man who fights from honesty, however, even in defeat, may rise beyond both. That realization shook Musashi, because amidst his victories, he felt the burden of expectations tightening around him. People bowed when he passed. Students begged for guidance. Rivals sought to dethrone him. Rumors whispered of a swordsman nearing invincibility. But invincibility was a death sentence for growth. A cage forged from reputation. Musashi felt it closing in. He reached a crossroads, not of geography, but of identity. Would he become a legend or remain a learner? Choosing learning meant resisting the seduction of mastery. Choosing legend meant freezing his evolution. He refused the legend. And so, after dozens of duels, Musashi did something few could understand. He stopped seeking perfection. He sought vulnerability instead. He began to engage with opponents he knew nothing about, men who fought with strange farm tools, mountain hermits who wielded staffs shaped by wind, fishermen whose hands were calloused from nets rather than weapons. He practiced fighting while ill, fighting while exhausted, fighting from a seated position, fighting with a single finger extended, fighting without sight, hearing, or balance. Not because he wished to appear extraordinary, but because he knew growth emerges from discomfort. One of his most significant tests came at night on a narrow bridge. A group of thieves ambushed him, not challenging him honorably, not bowing, not announcing their names. They attacked with surprise and numbers. But instead of drawing his swords, Musashi slipped under their blades, let their momentum carry them, and disarmed them with minimal force. The encounter lasted less than a minute. When the last thief fled, Musashi whispered to himself, "When instinct replaces thought, thought must evolve." Because even mastery can become mechanical. And Musashi knew what few masters ever admit. Mastery is the beginning of decline, unless constantly renewed. So, he continued to break his own rhythm, break his own habits, break his own mental patterns. He embraced failure deliberately. He embraced uncertainty deliberately. He embraced discomfort deliberately. Because fear of failure makes a man predictable. Avoidance of discomfort makes a man rigid. And Musashi sought to become neither. By the time he reached his 61st duel, fought in a remote glade surrounded by cedar trees, he was no longer the man who entered his first duel with youthful rage, nor the man who slew giants. nor the man who shattered famous schools. He had become something else entirely, a man who saw the world as a series of rhythms, a man who perceived intention before motion, a man who found strength in disruption, a man who understood that precision grows from humility, a man who recognized that every opponent, no matter how skilled or flawed, carried a truth worth learning. His 61st duel was short. It did not require brilliance or brutality, only presence. The opponent fell quickly, but Musashi felt no triumph. Instead, he felt gratitude. He bowed deeply. Thank you, not for losing, but for revealing something new. With that bow, Musashi realized the truth that would guide the rest of his life, the truth that shaped the fire scroll of his teachings. A man evolves not through victories, but through relentless iteration. Iteration shaped his art. Iteration shaped his strategy. Iteration shaped his spirit. And soon, iteration would shape something even larger. His understanding of how the principles of combat map onto the principles of creation, negotiation, leadership, and wealth. The path that led to the small mountain dojo twisted through dense forests of cedar and camphor, winding so tightly that strangers often became lost within its turns. Dew clung to every blade of grass in the early morning light, and a thin veil of mist hovered just above the ground, softening the world into muted shapes. Birds called from hidden branches. The forest felt ancient, contemplative, as if it had been waiting centuries for a particular footstep. Musashi walked this path with measured calm. He carried no sword. Those who knew him would have found this shocking. For decades, his swords had been extensions of his body, two edges of intention, expression, and survival. Yet today, he approached the dojo unarmed. His hands were at his sides, relaxed. His stride was slow, deliberate. His mind was open in a way it had not been during his younger years. Ahead of him, a simple wooden gate came into view. Beyond it, a wide training courtyard rested in the shade of towering pines. Students were already awake, moving through kata in synchronized silence. They noticed Musashi before they recognized him. His presence carried a gravity few could ignore. But when they realized who was approaching, their movements faltered. Whispers rippled through the group. "Is that him? The man who fought 60 duels? Where is his sword?" A senior instructor, an elderly man with snow-white eyebrows and a spine still straight as bamboo, stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Master Musashi, we are honored. We did not expect—" He hesitated, eyes flicking to Musashi's empty obi. "You to come like this." Musashi returned the bow with quiet respect. "Today, I come to teach a different lesson." The instructor nodded, though confusion flickered in his gaze. He gestured toward the courtyard. "Please, Master, let us prepare for your demonstration." Musashi stepped onto the worn wooden boards as the students gathered in a circle. Young warriors, full of ambition and untested pride, stood shoulder to shoulder with older disciples hardened by decades of practice. They expected sword forms. They expected technique. They expected spectacle. Musashi gave them none of these. He stood in the center of the courtyard, feet shoulder-width apart, hands still at his sides. The morning air felt crisp against his skin. The silence deepened. Every student watched him, breath held. Musashi spoke softly. "A sword is a tool. Your opponent is not the sword. Your enemy is not the man. Your enemy is your attachment." A murmur spread through the circle. Attachment? To what? Musashi raised his right hand slightly, not in a gesture of defense or threat, but as if feeling the air for its texture. "You cling to the blade because you believe it gives you power. You cling to form because you believe it gives you certainty. You cling to identity because you believe it gives you purpose." He paused, letting the words settle. Some students shifted uncomfortably. Others stared with widening eyes, sensing a truth beneath the surface. But power is not in the sword. Power is in the presence of the one who holds nothing. The elderly instructor frowned gently. "Master Musashi, are you saying one can fight without a weapon?" Musashi turned his gaze to him. Calm, steady, almost tender. "Not only can you," he said, "one must learn to." He motioned toward a younger student, a tall man with sharp eyes and a proud stance. "You, attack me with all your skill." The courtyard tensed. The student hesitated, unsure if this was a test or a trap. The instructor nodded reluctantly. The young man drew his wooden sword and stepped forward. His posture was textbook perfect, his breathing steady. He lunged. Musashi did not move. Not at first. He simply shifted his weight by a fraction, so subtle it barely disturbed the dust beneath his feet. The young man's strike sliced through empty air. Before he could recover, Musashi placed one finger against the student's wrist. Just one finger. A gentle touch. The student's knees buckled. His sword arm collapsed. He fell backward into the dirt, stunned. Gasps echoed through the courtyard. No blade, no force, just presence. Musashi did not smile. He did not gloat. He simply offered the fallen student a hand and lifted him to his feet. "Your sword is an extension of your fear," he said quietly, "not your strength." He turned to the rest of the students. "You believe that without a weapon, you are vulnerable. But the weapon is what makes you fragile. When you rely on it, you limit your own potential." Another student stepped forward, older, more confident. "Master Musashi, if you truly believe a sword is unnecessary, then face me." Musashi nodded. Attack. The older student moved with impressive speed, cutting horizontally with force meant to disarm. Musashi stepped inside the strike, closer than any swordsman would dare. The blade passed behind him. Musashi placed his palm against the student's chest with the softness of greeting an old friend. The student flew backward as if struck by a gust of wind. He landed hard, staring up at the sky, struggling to understand what had happened. Musashi turned to the circle once more. When a man removes the sword from his opponent, he removes only a tool. When he removes attachment from himself, he removes limitation. A hush fell over the entire courtyard. Musashi then picked up a fallen leaf from the ground. He held it between his thumb and forefinger, turning it slowly. "Imagine," he said, "that this is your weapon. Imagine you must survive with only this." Some students laughed nervously. Others stiffened. Musashi was not joking. He held the leaf up to the sunlight. "See how light it is, how weak, how useless." He let it fall. "Now imagine your mind is as light as this leaf. Imagine your intentions carry no weight. Imagine your spirit meets the world with no resistance." He lowered his voice. "This is the way of no sword, not fighting without a blade, but fighting without the burden of self." A few students shifted, visibly uncomfortable. Musashi continued. "A swordsman who clings to his weapon becomes predictable. A warrior who clings to his identity becomes rigid. A master who clings to his reputation becomes blind." He stepped back into the center of the circle. "But a man who lets go of the sword, of the form, of the self, cannot be defeated, because he stops fighting the world and begins moving with it." The silence that followed was the most complete silence the students had ever known. Not fearful, not reverent, but transformative. For many, it was the first time they had glimpsed the truth behind Musashi's legend. It was not his strength, not his speed, not his technique. It was this: the formlessness, the emptiness, the freedom. The freedom to confront any situation without fear. The freedom to act without hesitation. The freedom to move without attachment. And somewhere inside this freedom, a new philosophy was taking shape, one that would soon become the cornerstone of Musashi's teachings, and one that would later transform far more than combat. The courtyard felt different now. The students stood as if some invisible thread had been cut inside them, releasing a tension none of them had noticed until it was gone. They watched Musashi with a mixture of awe and unease, because what he had shown them was not a technique. It was a truth they could feel in their bodies, but could not yet understand with their minds. Musashi stepped quietly across the wooden boards and sat beneath a tall pine tree at the courtyard's edge. The tree's massive trunk was rugged and uneven, twisted by years of storms, yet still reaching upward with quiet determination. Needles fell softly around him, some landing on his shoulder, some settling at his feet. The students formed a semicircle, unsure if they should sit, but drawn to him, as if gravity itself guided them. He spoke without looking up. "When you first held a sword, you thought strength came from gripping it tightly. But strength never comes from tension. Tension is fear in disguise." Several students lowered their eyes. They had been taught since childhood to grip with force, to strike with power, to channel everything through the blade. Musashi's words felt like an undoing. He picked up a fallen pine needle. "Watch this." He held the needle lightly between his fingers. Then he dropped it. It fluttered to the ground without resistance. The students waited for an explanation. Musashi continued, "This needle is weak. If I crush it, it breaks. If I throw it, it cannot fly. If I strike with it, it has no force." He paused. "Yet, when carried by the wind, it can ride storms that shatter mountains." The students inhaled sharply. Some understood instantly. Others sensed the truth, but could not articulate it. Musashi stood again. Most warriors fight against the world. They fight storms. They fight chaos. They fight their opponent's rhythm. They fight their own fear. But a man who fights everything soon fights himself. He walked to the center of the courtyard and closed his eyes. For a moment, the students saw not a warrior, but a monk. His breathing became so soft that his chest barely moved. When he opened his eyes again, they were calm in a way that made the air around him vibrate. A swordsman thinks the sword cuts, but the sword is only a line in space, a gesture, a symbol. It is the mind behind the blade that decides fate. He stepped forward and invited another student, a stern young man with polished posture and a stubbornness that radiated from his stance. "Come, attack with sincerity." The student nodded, gripping his wooden sword tightly. He rushed in with a downward strike. Musashi lifted his hand, not his arm, just his hand, and met the wooden blade with 2 fingers. The sword stopped. It shuddered, and the young man's entire body shocked backward, as if he had collided with a stone wall. He fell to his knees, breath knocked out of him. How did you?" Musashi lowered his hand gently. "Because you brought your whole strength to one point, and I brought nothing. Nothing cannot be pushed. Nothing cannot be broken." Students murmured, shaken by the simplicity and profundity of his words. Musashi walked among them, pacing slowly. "You believe the sword is your ally, but the sword betrays you every time you depend on it." He looked directly at a cluster of older students. "If I remove your blade, you lose courage. If I remove your stance, you lose balance. If I remove your routine, you lose certainty." He stopped. "Then what remains of your spirit?" A long silence stretched across the courtyard. Musashi continued. "A warrior without a weapon is forced to see the truth. A warrior without form is forced to feel the truth. A warrior without ego is forced to become the truth." He raised his hand again, palm facing the sky. "Formlessness is not weakness. It is the highest form of strength." He turned toward the elderly instructor. "May I tell them a story?" The old master bowed deeply. "The dojo is yours, Master Musashi." Musashi looked at the students. "Years ago, I met a blind monk wandering the mountain roads. He carried no weapon, yet bandits fled when he approached. Not because he threatened them, not because he fought them, but because he moved with no fear in his body." He smiled faintly. "A man with no fear is more dangerous than a man with 1,000 swords." The students held their breath. "The monk told me this: when you stop looking for the opponent, you stop being the opponent." Musashi let the words sink into them. "When you cling to the sword, you cling to conflict. When you cling to your style, you cling to limitation. When you cling to the self, You cling to defeat. He turned toward the morning light. It filtered through the branches, casting broken patches of gold across the courtyard. To become invincible is not to overpower. It is to become ungraspable, unpredictable, uncontrolled by fear and desire. He lowered his voice. A man who is formless cannot be anticipated. A man who is formless cannot be manipulated. A man who is formless cannot be defeated. The students felt a chill, not of danger, but of recognition. A truth larger than swordsmanship had stepped into the courtyard with them. Musashi bowed his head. This is why you must learn the way of no sword, not to abandon the blade, but to free yourselves from needing it. He placed his hand on his heart. Because when the self is no longer tied to the weapon, the spirit becomes the weapon. And in that quiet moment, the forest, the dojo, the students, all felt the weight of a realization that would echo through their lives long after Musashi left the mountain. The sun had fully risen now, casting long beams of ember light across the courtyard. The morning haze dissolved into a crystalline clarity that seemed to sharpen every edge of the world. Pine needles glimmered under the new light. The wooden boards beneath Musashi's feet radiated warmth. The students around him stood still, suspended between comprehension and disbelief. Musashi inhaled slowly, letting the scent of resin and earth fill his lungs. He knew the moment was ripe, their minds open, their spirits shaken just enough for a deeper truth to enter. Lessons like these required not only demonstration, but an unraveling of identity. And that could only happen through experience. He stepped forward once more and addressed the group. You have all trained for years to refine your technique, to strengthen your grip, to overcome fear, to perfect your strike. He paused, looking into their eyes. But technique is a cage. Perfection is a trap. And a perfected technique, repeated too often, becomes predictable. He gestured with an open hand. Come, all of you. The students hesitated, unsure if they had heard correctly. All of us. Against you? Musashi nodded. Yes. Attack me together. Without hesitation. With sincerity. The elderly instructor stepped forward anxiously. Master Musashi, this is... Musashi raised a hand gently, stopping him. Truth requires friction. Let them learn with their bodies, not only their minds. The students exchanged glances. Some were eager, others fearful. But slowly, one by one, they stepped into the courtyard and formed a wide circle around him. Musashi stood at the center, unarmed, his posture relaxed, his breath soft, his eyes half-lidded, as if listening to a distant melody. He whispered, "Begin," and they moved. The first student charged with a wide horizontal strike. Musashi turned slightly, letting the blade pass through emptiness. He placed a palm on the student's elbow, redirecting him effortlessly into another attacker's path. Two more rushed from opposite sides. Musashi slipped backward, lowering his body and allowing their strikes to collide harmlessly. Their momentum became their defeat. Another student came from behind. Musashi felt the presence before the attack formed. He stepped aside, letting the strike cut air, and tapped the student's wrist with 2 fingers. The sword fell. Within moments, the courtyard was a dance of chaos. Wooden blades sliced through the air, scattering echoes of sharp movements. But Musashi did not resist. He did not stiffen. He did not react. He flowed. Where they struck, he wasn't. Where they aimed, he had already left. Where they expected resistance, he offered softness. Some fell forward from their own force. Others collided with one another. A few stopped mid-swing, disoriented, unable to find the rhythm that Musashi unraveled with each gentle motion. He moved like smoke slipping between fingers, like wind weaving through trees, like water adjusting to the shape of every vessel that tried to contain it. No sword could have achieved this. No stance. No technique. Only presence. As the last student stumbled and fell into the dust, exhausted and bewildered, silence swallowed the courtyard once more. Musashi stood untouched, untensed, his breathing calm, his eyes soft. The students, panting and bruised, slowly rose to their knees, not out of ceremony, but out of instinctive respect. Musashi surveyed them with a quiet compassion. "You fought with skill," he said gently. "But skill is not enough." He walked among them, helping each student to his feet. "You attacked with strength, but strength is not enough." He placed a hand on his own chest. "If you define yourselves by your sword, you are limited by the sword. If you define yourselves by your style, you are limited by your style. If you define yourselves by your identity, you are limited by that identity." He paused at the edge of the courtyard. Formlessness is not the absence of form. It is the ability to become any form. He pointed to the forest beyond the gate. "See how the wind moves. It takes the shape of the world without losing itself. That is the way of no sword." Some students were trembling, not from exhaustion, but from realization. Musashi continued. "If you master only one way, you will die the moment the world shifts. But if you master the way of no sword, you walk into every situation with infinite possibilities." His voice softened. "A warrior who relies on a weapon is vulnerable. A warrior who relies on technique is limited. A warrior who relies on identity is blind. But a warrior who relies on nothing is free." He bowed deeply to the group. "And freedom is the only path to invincibility." The elderly instructor stepped forward, tears shimmering in his eyes, not of sorrow, but of understanding. He bowed so deeply that his forehead nearly touched the ground. "Master Musashi, you have given them more than a lesson. You have given them a way to live." Musashi simply smiled, a rare, gentle expression that softened the edges of his intensity. "No, I have only shown them what they already carry." He gathered his robe, stepped through the courtyard gate, and began walking back down the forest path. The sunlight filtered through the canopy in soft, golden ribbons. The sound of students practicing behind him drifted faintly through the trees, but their movements were different now. Less rigid, less eager to strike, more attuned to breath and presence. Musashi exhaled, letting the morning air surround him. He had taught them the way of no sword, and in doing so, he stepped into the next evolution of his own path, a path where clarity transcended technique, where freedom transcended form, where spirit transcended conflict, a path that would lead him soon to Reigando Cave and the final truths he would carve into the world. Reigando Cave did not appear suddenly. It revealed itself slowly, first as a dark crease in the mountainside, then as a yawning mouth of stone that seemed to exhale the cold breath of centuries. The path leading to it was narrow and steep, winding through cliffs where even the wind hesitated. Moss clung to the rocks like old memories. Pines leaned inward as if guarding a secret. The air tasted different here, thinner, quieter, almost reverent. Musashi climbed the final stretch alone. He no longer carried the energy of a young warrior seeking the next duel. His gait was slower now, tempered by age and contemplation rather than fatigue. His hair had grayed. The wrinkles around his eyes had deepened, carved not by time alone, but by the weight of insights gathered across a lifetime. Yet his presence remained unmistakable, calm, alert, anchored. He reached the entrance of Reigando Cave as the sky dimmed into the muted gold of late afternoon. The cave's mouth was enormous, arching over him like the ribs of a sleeping giant. A faint echo, almost a hum, vibrated from its depths. Musashi stood at the threshold for several breaths, then he stepped inside. Immediately, the temperature dropped. Shadows thickened. The world behind him felt more like a memory than a place. The cave absorbed sound so completely that Musashi's footsteps became soft, almost unheard. The floor beneath him sloped gently downward, leading into a chamber illuminated only by the faintest suggestion of light leaking through cracks in the stone. He paused. This was where he would spend his final days. This silent chamber. This hollow carved by the erosion of countless ages. This place where solitude was not a state, but a presence. The villagers believed the cave to be sacred. They whispered that spirits dwelled there. Spirits of the mountain. Spirits of the forgotten. Spirits of warriors long dead. Musashi did not dismiss their beliefs. The air here did feel heavy, thick, alive. But he did not come seeking mysticism. He came seeking clarity. He sat upon a large stone, flat, smooth, perfectly shaped for meditation. Perhaps monks had chosen it before him. Perhaps it had simply waited. The cave's walls curved like a womb around him, holding him in a quiet embrace. He reached into his robe and withdrew a small bundle, brushes, ink, and several sheets of stiff paper. These would become the Book of 5 Rings, not a manual of swordsmanship, not a record of glory, but a crystallization of all he had learned about the world, the mind, the self. Yet before he could write, he allowed himself to breathe. The cave amplified that breath, transforming it into something deeper. Each exhalation felt like letting go of a life lived outside. Each inhalation felt like drawing in the mountain itself. He closed his eyes. Memories arrived, uninvited, but not unwelcome. The river where he defeated Bacon's Kusarigama. The cedar grove where he shattered Jinsai's pride without raising a blade. The mountain dojo where he demonstrated the way of no sword. The quiet villages where he painted falcons with strokes that revealed truth rather than beauty. The countless duels, some violent, some barely physical, some purely spiritual. All of them converged into a single realization. Every technique, every strategy, every victory was merely a shadow of something larger. The cave seemed to pulse around him. He whispered into the darkness. The sword teaches only the surface. The mind teaches only the shadow. But the spirit teaches everything. He felt an ache in his chest, old pain, not of battle wounds, but of accumulated living. Age was not his enemy. It was his final teacher. In the cave's dim silence, Musashi sensed his body differently, heavier, slower, but clearer in purpose than ever before. He lit a small oil lamp. Its flame cast trembling reflections across the stone walls, revealing ancient markings left by others who had passed through long before him. Musashi set a sheet of paper on the stone slab before him. He dipped the brush into the inkstone, listening to the gentle scrape. When the brush touched the paper, the first stroke emerged like a breath made visible. Thus began the Earth Scroll. He wrote slowly, with great intention. Strategy is the craft of the warrior. It is the way of life. Not only in battle, but in all things. The words were not written for students, not for lords, not for posterity. He was writing to himself, to the part of him that had wandered through decades of conflict and insight, to the part that needed articulation before dissolution, to the part that understood that clarity only comes when one stands at the threshold between life and death. And Musashi understood something else in that moment, something he had always sensed but had never dared to fully embrace. He was preparing to die, not in despair, not in fear. In completion, he placed the brush down again, closed his eyes, listened to the cave breathe. He whispered, "One must polish the spirit as one polishes the blade. And when both disappear, only truth remains." Outside, the world continued. Roosters crowing, shops opening, lives unfolding with ordinary concerns. But here in Raigondo Cave, time had thinned to a single thread. Musashi was no longer living for experiences. He was distilling them, and as he prepared to write the remaining scrolls, water, fire, wind, and void, he stepped further into a state beyond ambition, beyond mastery, beyond self. A state where awareness becomes pure. The flame of the small oil lamp flickered against the uneven stone walls, sending shadows drifting like ghosts across the cavern. Musashi remained seated on the cold rock floor, his back straight, his breath steady. The cave seemed to breathe with him. The air was still, dense, almost ancient, as if the silence itself had a memory. Before him, the first scroll lay completed. Earth, the foundation, the world as it is, But Musashi knew that a foundation meant nothing without fluidity. Strength meant nothing without movement. Presence meant nothing without adaptability. And so, he reached for a second sheet of paper. He dipped his brush again into the inkstone, where earth had felt like carving truth into stone. The next scroll required something softer, more pliant. His hand moved differently now, less force, more flow. It was not a shift in technique. It was a shift in spirit. He wrote, "Water adopts the shape of its container. Strategy must adopt the shape of the moment." A memory rose within him, unbidden, vivid. He was younger then, crossing a narrow wooden bridge during spring floods. The river below churned with brown torrents, swallowing tree branches and stones. The current was wild, furious. Yet within that chaos, he noticed something remarkable. Amid the turbulence, there were pockets of stillness, small whirls of calm where the water seemed to pause before rejoining the current. Musashi had stood for nearly an hour watching the movement, not the violence of the flood, but its hidden softness. In those still pockets, he had glimpsed something profound. Even chaos has its rhythm. Even overwhelm has its openings. Even danger has its quiet centers. Now, in the cave, he wrote, "Water has no shape, yet it shapes all things. A warrior must become the moment, not oppose it, not resist it. Become it." He paused, letting the ink settle. The cave felt warmer now, either from the lamp or from the heat of recollection. He could not tell. Another memory surfaced. A duel beside a quiet pond, years before. His opponent had been skilled, unusually skilled. Their blades had clashed, crossing arcs of steel that rang through the forest. Each strike had been met with perfect counterstrike. They were evenly matched in technique, but the pond had revealed what the swords could not. Each time his opponent struck, the surface of the water trembled. Ripples spread outward in concentric rings. Musashi noticed that his opponent's energy came in bursts, intense, sudden, forceful. And each burst left a trace on the pond. Musashi adjusted. He allowed his own energy to move like the water, continuous, unbroken, yielding. When his opponent surged, Musashi softened. When his opponent retreated, Musashi advanced gently. When his opponent paused, Musashi dissolved into stillness. It was not technique that decided the duel. It was rhythm, and eventually, rhythm became victory. In Reigando Cave, Musashi dipped his brush again. His hand flowed across the paper. Water moves without hesitation, yet never separates from its purpose. It is soft, yet carves mountains. It is patient, yet unstoppable. He breathed deeply, feeling the truth deepen within him. The water scroll was not about fighting. It was about perception, adaptation, emotional equilibrium, the ability to enter a situation without bringing one's own turbulence into it. This was perhaps the most difficult lesson of his life. He had fought through storms, external and internal. He had faced men consumed by anger, fear, pride, desperation. He had absorbed their energy, learned from it, read its flow. But only in later years did he discover how to keep his own spirit from becoming disturbed by theirs. That was the true water. He recalled an evening in his mid-30s when a drunken samurai had provoked him in a chaotic tavern. Chairs overturned, men shouted, lanterns swayed dangerously. The man lunged with wine-drenched fury, but Musashi had not even drawn his blade. He simply stepped aside, letting the man collapse under the weight of his own momentum. Someone asked him afterward, "Why didn't you kill him?" Musashi had replied quietly, "He was drowning. Why should I sink with him?" Now, in the quiet cavern, he wrote, "A disturbed spirit cannot see the truth. A calm spirit sees through all illusions." He laid the water scroll aside. His breathing had deepened. His eyelids felt heavier. The cave's stillness thickened. Outside, the wind passed across the mountain face, carrying with it the distant scent of pine and soil. The world felt far away, like a place he had once visited but no longer lived within. Inside the cave, Musashi felt suspended outside of time. The earth scroll grounded him. The water scroll softened him. Now, something within him shifted again, subtle but undeniable. A tightening of the chest, a gathering of intention, a spark, fire. He reached for a third sheet of paper, knowing the next stage would demand something more dangerous, something sharper, something truer. As the ink dripped from his brush onto the stone, he whispered, "Earth is the body. Water is the mind. Fire is the will." And in the depths of Reigondo Cave, surrounded by stone and silence, Musashi prepared to confront the very force that had driven him across decades of duels. The fire that burns within discipline, ambition, intention, and transformation. But before he could begin the fire scroll, he needed to face flames not of destruction, but of illumination. The cave had grown darker. The oil lamp had burned low, shrinking to a faint pulse of amber that quivered with each movement of air. Shadows pooled along the walls like ink. Yet Musashi felt no fear, only a deepening stillness, as if the cave itself were lowering its voice to speak in a more intimate tone. He laid a fresh sheet of paper before him. The third scroll. Fire! He dipped his brush and hesitated, not out of uncertainty, but reverence. Fire had been a constant companion throughout his life, in duels, in ambition, in anger, in transformation. It was the force that had driven him forward when his path was unclear, and the force that threatened to consume him when he strayed too close to ego. He exhaled, then wrote, "Fire is intention. Fire is timing. Fire is the spirit that decides the moment." At once, images surged within him, moments where fire had shaped his fate. The duel with the Yoshioka clan, when he had faced dozens of opponents in a grove of bamboo. He remembered his heart beating like a war drum. He remembered the clarity that came only when survival narrowed thought to a single line of focus. He remembered seeing openings where none should have existed. created not by technique, but by will. He dipped the brush again, letting the ink coat its bristles. A warrior must ignite and extinguish intention at will. Too soon, and the flame burns empty. Too late, and the flame dies before touching the target. He paused. Let the silence settle around him again. The fire scroll demanded honesty, the kind that stripped away comfort and forced one to look inward. Musashi knew that of all the forces he had studied, fire was the least forgiving. He recalled the moment before his duel with Sasaki Kojiro on Ganryu Island. Not the fight itself, but the hours before it. He had arrived late on purpose, a tactic of psychological flame. He had carved a wooden oar into a crude sword, a signal of unpredictability. He had walked slowly toward his opponent, letting each step radiate intention. Kojiro had drawn his sword with an arc that cut sunlight itself. Yet Musashi did not strike first. He allowed his spirit to swell in silence until it reached perfect timing. Then he stepped forward. A single stroke, a single moment. Fire exacted with precision. Now, in the cave, he wrote, "Fire is not aggression. Fire is clarity accelerated." He knew younger warriors misunderstood this. They believed fire meant fury. They believed timing meant speed. They believed victory meant overpowering. But Musashi had learned through decades of experimentation that true fire was never frantic. It was controlled combustion. Not violence, intention. Not rage, decision. He felt the truth settle into his bones. Fire is the art of choosing the moment that already belongs to you. He set down his brush and breathed deeply. A tremor ran through his fingers. Age, perhaps, or revelation. Another memory emerged, one he rarely spoke of. A duel he nearly lost. He had been younger, too confident, too eager to prove himself. His opponent, a quiet man with a thin face and eyes that revealed nothing, had moved with deceptive softness. Musashi struck first, then again, faster each time. But the man absorbed each attack, redirected it, neutralized it. Musashi's fire became erratic. His breath broke. His rhythm faltered. And then, 2 inches from his throat, the man stopped. He bowed. "Your spirit burns too hot," he said. "Extinguish it, or it will consume you." Musashi never forgot those words. Now, inside Reigando Cave, he wrote, "Fire uncontrolled becomes smoke. Fire controlled becomes light." A faint wind moved through the cavern, almost imperceptible. The flame of the lamp wavered, but did not go out. Musashi watched it with thoughtful eyes. The lamp was a teacher. It burned steadily because the oil below it was measured, focused, balanced. He dipped the brush again. A warrior's fire must burn only as much as the moment requires. No more, no less. He set the paper aside. 3 scrolls complete. Earth, water, fire. And now he felt the cave shift, subtly, like the hum of distant thunder. Something deeper stirred within him. His breath grew heavier, his heartbeat slower. A quiet truth began rising from beneath his ribs, like a shadow stepping forward to reveal itself after decades of waiting. He knew what came next. Wind. Not the external wind of forests or mountaintops, but the wind of doctrines, schools, traditions, preferences. The wind of others' techniques. The wind of illusions shaped by culture. The wind of every belief that blinds a man from seeing clearly. Musashi placed his palm flat against the stone floor. He felt its coldness, its solidity, its ancient presence. He whispered, "To write of the wind is to examine every path that is not your own." He knew this scroll would demand the greatest humility, not strength, not courage, but the willingness to dismantle everything he had absorbed from the world. But beyond wind lay the final truth, the void, a truth he could sense now gathering like a slow, inevitable tide. He gathered his brush, straightened his spine, and prepared himself, not simply to write, but to face the deepest silence he had ever known. The cave grew darker behind him as Musashi stepped out into the afternoon light, leaving Reigando's stone stillness for the last time. The wind brushed against his robes, gentle yet insistent, like an old companion reminding him of the miles he had walked. Below the cliffside, the valley stretched endlessly, patches of green rice fields, narrow rivers gleaming like silver threads, and villages scattered like quiet constellations. A world alive and unaware that a man within it had just carved his final wisdom into its future. Musashi stood there for a long moment, gazing across the landscape with soft, unhurried eyes. He was no longer the restless youth who chased duels. He was no longer the wandering Ronin who sought disruption to refine his spirit. He was no longer the master who lectured with silence and taught without swords. He had become something else, a man who had distilled the turbulence of life into a single, unwavering clarity. He whispered into the breeze, "The path is long only for those who walk with burden," and he had put down nearly all burdens. The only one that remained was the truth he hoped would reach those who needed it long after his bones had turned to dust. As he descended the mountain path, he passed villagers who bowed as he walked by. Some approached him shyly, offering rice cakes or warm tea. Others simply watched in reverent quiet, sensing a presence they could not name. They did not see a hero. They did not see a killer. They did not see a legend. They saw peace shaped into human form. A farmer asked him, "Master, what is the greatest victory?" Musashi paused, looking at the man's weathered hands. He answered softly, "To become a person whom the world can no longer shake." The farmer smiled in confusion, but Musashi smiled back, knowing understanding would come with time. For years afterward, whispers of the man from the cave spread through provinces like drifting incense. Warriors recited his lines. Monks meditated on his words. Artists borrowed his fluidity. Merchants studied his timing. Leaders adopted his clarity. The Book of Five Rings traveled through time exactly as he intended, not as scripture, but as a mirror. Those who sought domination misunderstood it. Those who sought truth saw themselves inside it. Centuries passed. Samurai vanished. Swords rusted into museum relics. Dojo floors grew quiet. Empires collapsed. Markets rose and fell. Worlds built and rebuilt themselves around new tools, new ideas, new illusions. And yet, Musashi remained. His principles resurfaced in unexpected places, in the way generals planned their battles, in the way investors sensed irrational markets, in the way athletes trained their minds, in the way creators balanced discipline with freedom, in the way negotiators learned to pause before striking. His teachings survived because they were never about swords. They were about reality. Earth, water, fire, wind, void. These were not metaphors for combat. They were metaphors for perception. Earth taught people to ground themselves in truth. Water taught them to adapt without breaking. Fire taught them to commit with perfect timing. Wind taught them to study illusions, doctrines, and biases. Void taught them to see beyond fear and desire. In quiet boardrooms in distant centuries, executives would unknowingly practice the same principles Musashi refined beside rushing rivers and mountain dojos: silence over noise, observation over reaction, presence over desperation, psychology over aggression, discipline over frenzy. Investors who sensed market sentiment before data confirmed it were practicing Musashi. Negotiators who dissolved conflict by redirecting emotional tension were practicing Musashi. Artists who blended multiple skills to create something new were practicing Musashi. Creators who embraced solitude to discover their own voice were practicing Musashi. Leaders who steadied their people without raising their voices were practicing Musashi. The legacy he left behind was not a legacy of violence, but of awareness. Awareness so deep that no storm, external or internal, could disturb it. Awareness so steady that clarity became a weapon, sharper than any blade. Awareness so free that identity itself could be discarded like a sheath no longer needed. Musashi died quietly, exactly as he lived his final years, in silence, with a brush still wet with ink resting beside him. And yet his presence did not fade with his heartbeat. It slipped into the world like ripples across still water, widening with each generation that rediscovered the truth he carved into parchment with hands worn by survival and softened by wisdom. We remember him not because he fought 60 duels, not because he was undefeated, not because he wielded the sword like a force of nature. We remember him because he discovered something far more rare. A mind that no longer flinches, a spirit that no longer clings, a clarity that no longer fractures, a freedom that no one can take. His final gift was not a method, not a path, not even a philosophy. It was an invitation to walk the world with a mind like water, with intention like fire, with presence like earth, with discernment like wind, and with the emptiness of the void. A way of being that makes a person unshakable, unbreakable, and unmistakably alive. Rest now. Let the world outside soften, slowly, gently, like a lantern dimming at the end of a long night. You are here, in a quiet place, somewhere between thought and dream. The noise of the day no longer pulls at you. The weight of expectations melts from your shoulders. And as you settle into stillness, let your breath become your guide. Breathe in, slowly, deeply, without force. Breathe out, softly, fully, as if letting go of a burden you have carried for years. Again, in and out. You are stepping into the same silence Miyamoto Musashi carried with him into Reigondo Cave. A silence not of emptiness, but of clarity. A silence where the mind stops clinging, where the spirit stops bracing, where the world becomes gentle again. Tonight, you follow the Ronin's path, not with sword or blade, but with breath and awareness and presence. Let the next breath draw you deeper into yourself. In and out, Musashi wrote that the void is not nothingness. It is freedom. It is the space where no fear exists. The space where no hesitation lives. The space where your spirit can expand, unbound by past mistakes or future worries. Let that space open inside you now. With every exhale, allow tension to slip away. With every inhale, allow strength to return. Not harsh strength, but quiet, steady strength, the kind that endures. Your arms grow heavy. Your legs grow warm. Your chest softens. Your thoughts slow. You are safe. You are grounded. You are exactly where you need to be. Tonight, you will absorb Musashi's teachings in a deeper way, not through study, but through your unconscious mind, the part of you that listens without effort. His first teaching flows into you now, like cool water. Move with the world, not against it. Let that idea settle. Let it ripple through your breath. There is nothing to resist at this moment. There is nothing to push away. You are water. You are fluid. You are at ease. His second teaching arrives softly, like the touch of dawn. The mind that clings becomes rigid. The mind that lets go becomes free. Feel your body obey this wisdom without needing to think. Your jaw unclenches. Your shoulders release. Your spine lengthens naturally. You are letting go. You are loosening. You are becoming spacious, open, calm. Another breath in. Another breath out. Good. Musashi believed that true strength did not come from tension or force. It came from presence. Allow presence to grow inside you. Feel the quiet inside your chest expand. Feel the rhythm of your breath deepen. Feel your awareness soften around the edges. In this calm state, Musashi's third teaching reveals itself. A clear mind sees opportunity where a cloudy mind sees danger. Let clarity fill you like warm light. Let it wash across old fears. Let it melt old anxieties. Nothing is chasing you here. Nothing threatens you. You are free to rest. You are free to breathe. You are free to see the world with softer eyes. Now imagine yourself walking beside Musashi in a quiet forest. The ground is soft beneath your feet. The air cool and refreshing. Sunlight filters through tall pines, carrying the scent of earth and moss. He walks ahead of you, steady and unhurried, not as a warrior, but as a guide. He speaks gently. Where there is tension, let it dissolve. Where there is fear, let it pass. Where there is doubt, breathe once and let it go. All things flow. All things change. All things settle in time. Let those words sink into you. Let them become thoughts that breathe without effort. You feel calmer now. Your heartbeat slows. Your eyelids grow heavy. Musashi pauses by a still pond. The surface is smooth as polished glass. He touches it lightly with the tip of his finger. The water trembles, then returns to stillness. He turns to you and whispers, "Be like this water. Let nothing disturb your surface for long." Feel your thoughts settle exactly the same way. The moment a ripple appears, a worry, a memory, a noise, let it smooth out on its own. Your mind knows how to quiet itself. Your body knows how to rest. Your breath knows how to return you home. Another lesson arrives with the gentleness of dusk. Your worth is not in what you fight. Your worth is in what you understand. Feel that truth warm you from the inside. You do not need to prove anything tonight. You do not need to earn rest. You do not need to battle your thoughts. Understanding is enough. Awareness is enough. Presence is enough. Now, Musashi's final teaching for this night emerges from the deepest silence. When the mind becomes empty, the spirit becomes unshakable. Let that emptiness fill you, an emptiness that is not hollow, but peaceful, quiet, vast. With each breath, the world grows softer. Your body grows heavier. Your mind grows quieter. You feel yourself drifting, floating, loosening. You are stepping into the void, not a place of darkness, but of clarity. A place where nothing weighs you down. A place where you are pure awareness, pure breath, pure presence. Rest there. Stay there. Breathe there. And let the Ronin's calm become your own. Rest even deeper now. The world has quieted around you. Your breath has settled into a gentle rhythm. Your body lies heavy, sinking into the surface beneath you. Thoughts drift like clouds, soft, slow, dissolving on their own. You are entering the stillness that Musashi called the void. Not an emptiness to fear, but an openness to trust. In this space, you no longer need to strive. You no longer need to brace. You no longer need to hold anything in your hands. Not identity, not memory, not tension. You are simply here, breathing, resting, becoming whole. Let the next inhale draw you further inward. Let the next exhale release everything that no longer belongs. In and out. In and out. Good. Now, let these affirmations fall softly into your subconscious, not with force, not with intensity, but like dew forming on leaves at dawn. Let them sink in gently. Let them integrate naturally. Your mind knows how to receive them. Your body knows how to remember them. Here is the first. I release all tension. I release all pressure. I become calm like still water. Feel your chest relax. The breath softens further. Your inner world expands. Now the second, I move with the world, not against it. I flow with change. I adapt with ease. Let this truth wash through your limbs. Your muscles loosen. Your spine softens. Your jaw unhooks gently. Another breath. Another opening. Now the third affirmation. Quiet strength grows inside me. Not loud. Not forced. Steady. Certain. Unshakable. Imagine a warm light beginning in your center. Soft. Golden. Forming the shape of a small flame. This is your fire. Not the fire of anger, but the fire of purpose. It burns without consuming. It warms without overwhelming. It guides without shouting. Let it glow quietly within you. Feel its warmth spread to your ribs, your shoulders, your throat, your mind. Now the fourth affirmation. I do not cling. I do not grasp. I let go of what weighs me down. Feel the weight falling away. Old expectations, old mistakes, old narratives that no longer serve you. They dissolve like mist in sunlight. You do not need to wrestle them. You do not need to push them away. They simply fade. Your breath deepens. Your thoughts empty. Your presence expands. Here is the fifth affirmation. I act with clarity. I choose my moment. My timing is precise and effortless. Imagine walking through the world with that kind of timing. Musashi's timing. Relaxed. Calm. Reading the world instead of reacting to it. Feel how natural it is, how gentle, how true. Now the sixth, I grow stronger through understanding, not through struggle. This is the heart of the Ronin's path. Strength through clarity, progress through awareness, transformation through insight. You do not need to force change. You only need to allow it. Another breath. Let everything soften even more. Your eyelids grow heavy. Your limbs warm. Your breath smooth as silk. Now, the seventh affirmation. My mind becomes spacious. My spirit becomes light. I become free. Freedom is not escape. Freedom is presence. The freedom to meet the world without fear, without hesitation, without tension. Let freedom seep deeper into your subconscious. Now the eighth. I trust myself. I trust my path. I trust the rhythm of my life. Let this truth settle like a stone sinking into still water. Not loud, not dramatic, simply real. Your breath deepens further. Your presence becomes softer. Your awareness expands gently outward. And now, the ninth and final affirmation, the heart of the Ronin philosophy. Nothing can shake me. Nothing can break me. I am the calm at the center of all storms. Let this truth wrap around you like warm cloth. Let it root itself into your deepest self. You are becoming steady. You are becoming grounded. You are becoming aware. You are becoming whole. Your breath is slow. Your muscles slacken. Your mind floats like a leaf carried by a gentle stream. Now imagine yourself standing beside Musashi one last time. Night surrounds you, but the darkness is comforting. The stars shimmer softly overhead. A calm river moves beside you, reflecting moonlight like silver threads woven into the water. Musashi stands with his hands folded, silent, steady. He looks not at the river, not at the mountains, but at you. His presence radiates calm. "You have walked far," he says. "You have carried much. But tonight, you may rest. Tonight, you may become still. Tonight, you may return to your true nature." He places a hand over his heart, then over yours. "Do not fear the silence," he whispers. "The silence is where you become strong." Feel his words travel into you, into memory, into breath, into spirit. Now imagine him turning toward the river. He steps into the water, leaving no ripple behind. His figure fades into starlight, then into reflection, then into nothing. You are alone, but not lonely. You are quiet, but not empty. You are resting, but not lost. You are simply here, breathing, resting, becoming. Let sleep gather around you now. Let your breath guide you into it. Let your mind drift. Let your spirit soften. You walk the path of the Ronin. You carry the calm of Musashi. You move through the world with gentleness and clarity. Now sleep, deeply, safely, fully, and wake tomorrow unshakable.